Well, family, hey, our Hawks fall tonight, 128, 120. I mean, just they went out with their guns blazing. I'm just looking at the numbers right now. Let me pull up the numbers so y'all can see what I'm looking at, family. Let's see. Let's see what I'm looking at here. Let me start. Let's see. DeJounte Murray's terrible tonight. Fucking just terrible. 38% from the field. 5 for 13, 1 for 4. He finished with 11. He finished with a double-double, 14 points, 11 assists on terrible shooting. Trae Young, I don't know what happened with Trae, man. He started off hot as a motherfucker, man. He had 25 in the first half, and he got cold as fuck in the second half. He only ended up with so he scored 5 in the second half. Oh, is that for real? He finished with 30 and 10, but damn, he didn't do shit in the second half. 5 turnovers. John Collins, I don't know why we didn't get him the ball more. DeAndre Hunter, 41% from the field. Clint Capella's fucking garbage. I hope we get rid of him. 46%. We shot good from 3, man. We shot 43% from 3. They shot 43% from 3. But guess what? We only shot 47% from the field. They shot 50%. Let's look at the free throws. 16 for 17. 17 for fucking 22. Just fucking terrible. Terrible, man. Right now, man, let me tell y'all something. I'm going to tell y'all something right now, man. And analyst, yeah. I'm going to tell y'all something, man. And I don't care how y'all take the shit. Okay? Quinn played a part in this fucking loss, bro. We was moving in the fucking third quarter. And for some reason, something told him to. We went back to Collins, Okongwu, Trae, Murray, and Hunter, I think. Ran the pick and roll with John. Got an easy bucket. Never went back to the shit. Didn't go back to that no more. Why he took O out and put Capella back in, I have no idea, man. I don't know why he did that. That was a good squad out there running, man. So I don't know what he thought, what he was planning for to put Capella back in the game. That's the same fucking shit Nate McMillan fucking do, man. Same shit that Nate McMillan does. I don't know why he did that shit. Murray gave me nothing in the fucking first half. Not a problem. Started off good in the second half, and then he just fucking disappeared. Like, bro, you cannot have... I'm going to tell y'all something, man. What the Celtics showed us tonight, family, I'm going to keep it real. What the Celtics showed us, they showed us is levels to this shit right here, man. It's levels, right? They was getting stops, but most importantly, their motherfucking stars showed the fuck up tonight, man. We had no answer for Jaylen Brown. No answer. We had no answer for Jason Tatum. No answer. In the second half, I mean, you had John going. We went away from John. We couldn't score. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. And I know this analyst boy, but I don't care. Quinn on the clock, man. He played a part in this fucking loss with a stupid ass rotation, and that's sticking to what fucking works. I would love to know what the fuck he was thinking, man. I would love to know what he was thinking when he made those substitutions. Then, well, listen, man. The first thing we need to do in the offseason is we need somebody who can help us stop this fucking penetration by the guards. They was getting penetration all night, and we can't rotate faster than the ball. I wonder what did anybody tell Trey, Hunter, DeJounte, when you get the switch on Horford, don't fucking shoot fucking threes. Why you not taking him to the basket? You can get past him, man. But at the end of the day, all that stuff don't even matter because we couldn't stop them from fucking scoring. It was the same fucking shit. Penetration, where they got it off a pick and roll or just one-on-one. We can't stay in front of our dude. Like, that's fundamental defense in basketball, just moving your fucking feet. But they get all this penetration, and then you just see the ball start moving around. Wide open. 3-point shots. It is what it is, man. But I'm going to tell you like this, man. You know, it's Quinn, you need to make some motherfucking moves because you on the fucking clock, my guy, because you already know I consider you a playoff fucking loser. So you better do something. You better make some trades, get the dudes you need to fix this fucking defense. Because I'm thinking right now, I bet every game we lost to the Celtics, I bet every game we lost, we gave up almost 130 points. I bet you we did. Let me look it up. Tonight we gave up 128. Let's see. When we won, we gave up 117. Oh, there we go. Game 4, we gave up 129. Let me keep going. Like, how the fuck you gonna beat anybody when you're giving up 130 fucking points a game? I don't understand that. You can't give up 130 points a night and think you're gonna fucking win. You better fix this defense, Quinn. Get the guys. I don't give a fuck who you trade. Because I don't want to hear no excuses if this defense is in the bottom half of the league next year. I don't want to hear shit about he got to get his guys. I don't want to hear none of that shit. None of it. I've been screaming about defense all year, and this shit finally caught up with us. You can't beat the number 2 seed giving up 130 points, and we can't even score the ball like that. And I'm blaming the whole team on the fucking defense. I'm blaming the whole fucking team because I know people got their own fucking biases, so I'm blaming everybody. But y'all know who the fuck sucks on defense as far as giving up the penetration. Go ahead, analyst. I'm done, my guy.
So
you go ahead and drop the link real quick. That way, when you finish. So here go the link. I'm gonna drop the link. Come say your 2 minutes. Y'all know the routine. Come say your 2 minutes, so we can get through everybody and then bring y'all on. Go ahead, analyst.
Just a couple things. Different perspective. I got 2 different perspectives on this. I'm gonna start with the perspective. 3 different perspectives actually. I'm gonna start with the perspective of the postseason. Overall, I think this game, I can include that. This game in the postseason, I thought we competed. I thought we fought. If I'm looking at the season's a disappointment. I'm not targeting one player here, but you don't go in the offseason and make a move with multiple draft picks involved to win one extra game. Granted, I feel like it was a little different. I feel like we competed this year. We didn't quit. We kept Boston on the ropes. They're going to be really tired going into the next series, and they're going to have some concerns going into the next series. Um, I think for us, as far as this game goes, I mean, listen, I mean, we didn't really start the way we should have, 12-2 start, but I mean, we competed, we got back in the game. I think you look at just the way Trey had a really good first half, really not so good second half. But to me, the story of the second half was three things: our inability to get stops, um, missing layups, and just the free throws. You know, Bogey gets that foul and he misses two out of the three. We leave a lot of layups short. Clint left one short, Trey left one short, DJ left one short. We got to make our layups as well. And then I think you look at just the inability to get a stop. Um, Boston finished that game on an 11-0 run. You know, what more do I have to say? We were up 113 to 110, and they went on that 11-0 run. But listen, like I said, I'm not disappointed in this series. We weren't even expected to win in the first place, and I think we put Boston on the ropes, like I said. As far as, like I said, the season, I'm disappointed in the season. We finished 41-41. We have yet to understand the importance of having a really good regular season, so that way you're not facing teams like this in the first round. But lastly, I just want to say this. I know what everyone's saying about Quinn this game. I'm looking forward to next season with him. I think we're gonna have a really good season next year. But as far as the off season goes, I know Demond, you say Quinn's on the clock. The clock starts for me with Landry. I think he has taken great heed on what's going on, and the simple fact that we can't defend. We can't defend. We need a couple things. We need someone that can. Murray was a no go tonight. He was a no show. We need someone that can, maybe another guy that can kind of elevate. And take this team to another level, alongside Trey. But the main thing this offseason, we got to address this defense. You can't give up 130, 120 every single night. Not against a team like that. You can try to keep up, you can score, but when you can't get a stop down the stretch, when you're going basket for basket, it's only a matter of time when you start missing, but you can't get a stop, so you can't stop them from missing. So, there's some things that we need to address. Overall, in the postseason, I'm proud. As far as the regular season, I'm very disappointed. Just the season in its totality, I'm disappointed. But to me, it just looked like the guys kind of laid it out all on the line, and we're just not good enough. When you see your guys lay it all out on the line and you still lose, that's how you know you're not good enough. That's how you know you need to go, and the front office needs to get to work to get some things done. So that way, when we lay it out on the line again, we can win. It's about talent in this league, and you lose when you lose. Boston was just a better team. But I'm glad that we punched, and we're gonna get in Boston. And Boston's gonna be really tired going into that series against Philadelphia. Even though they lost, like, we had them on the ropes down until the end of the fourth quarter. So overall, disappointing year. I'm pretty proud of the playoffs, the way we competed. You muted. You muted. You muted. And now I'll go ahead and put the order in the chat.
All right, first person we got up is Mr. Matt. Talk to me, Matt.
So I'll take a little bit from what y'all both said. So the basketball purist in me said that we was going to win 2 games and it was going to go 6, and but obviously the fan in me wanted us to win the series. But overall as a season, we'll talk about it the season later, but this is, and Trey kind of pointed this out in the first game. This is why you kind of don't want to play the top 2 seeds in back-to-back years in your first round matchup. You kind of want to warm into the playoffs, and then once you get a rhythm, then play a team like Boston, who I think is at the least going to go to the finals, if not win it. They're my Vegas pick to win. I have official money on them. So with us, I thought tonight kind of reminded me of that Boston game in Atlanta that I went to before. I think that was in March. Trey was phenomenal in the first half, but I told you at halftime, Damon, unless he was going to score 50, we was going to lose because between his scoring and assists, he was responsible for like 58 of our 60-something points. A game like this is when, and like you said, there's levels to it. Jaylen Brown showed us what a number 2 is, sometimes even a number 1 in certain spots is, and the difference.
Jaylen Brown better than everybody on our team.
And the difference between a player like Jaylen Brown or what a number 2 is supposed to be and what we have in Murray. Murray is, I personally believe he's a number 3. I don't believe he's a very talented offensive player. He's supposed to be a good defender, but that's another subject. But if he would just focus on the defense and some of the shot making that he can do in certain areas, that'll be fine. But I think what hurts him is he's in this role where he has to score 20 a night, and he's just not that good of a player. He's just not that good of a player. And, I think this summer, maybe we could get a Cat, or maybe we could get a Pascal Siakam, a true number 2, or even some nights could be a number masquerading to be a number 1. But I think it's very evident that Murray is not a number 2. Hold on, Damon. I think for Trae Young to tell him to be ready for this game, and for him to come out with the performance that he did, it's extremely disappointing, extremely discouraging, let alone the 3 picks that we gave up for him, and you got to take your fandom of Murray, not you, Damon, but in totality, you got to take your fandom of Murray aside, and look at him basketball as a pure basketball fan, pure knowledgeable basketball fan, and you have to assess he's just not it. He's not that guy, And yes, Trey was bad in the second half. 1 for 11 is unacceptable. It's bad, but at the same time, coming off of the game that he had last game, coming off of the fourth quarter that he had last game, coming off of the first half that he had this game, at some point, Damon, you have to say you have to say that the man is human. He can't.
Giannis did it last night. Jimmy Butler.
No, hold on, wait. No excuse.
Saying, if you gonna consider him
no excuse,
that superstar standard, Matt. Come on now. What you doing right now, Matt? You making an excuse.
Damon, you expect the man to have 50 every game?
What did Jimmy Butler do the past 2 games to get the Heat to the next round? What did he do? What Jalen Brunson did?
Jalen Brunson was terrible in game 4 and 5. He was awful.
Butler had 40 last night, and then the game before that, he had how many?
Jimmy Butler is in his 10th season. Trey's in his 5th.
We talking.
They're two different. He's not a 31-year-old 6'8" Jimmy Butler. It's not the same.
I'm saying, man.
So for him to come out with Damon, if you're being honest,
Damon, making excuses.
I'm not making the man carried us last game. Then he came back in the first half and carried us tonight.
Well, you know what? He wouldn't have had to carry.
While your boy shit the bed in the first half.
Your
boy shit the bed. He shit the bed.
Murray shit the bed the whole fucking game. He was fucking horrible. You see how easy I said that?
But Damon, you can't expect. I'll put it this way.
You out here making excuses. I don't believe he was accountable.
Damon, I don't
want to put shit. He was 13. That's not why he's here.
All right, Damon, I'll put it. I'll have you. You can have the way you see it. The way I see it is the man is.
You just can't sit here and say, you know what? Trae Young fucking sucked in the
I
second
said
half.
he was bad in the
expected
second
him
half.
to do this
Demond,
superstars
I
do.
said,
You came up with an excuse.
Demond, I said he was bad in the second half. I also said to expect this man to have 40 every time he touched the floor it's not realistic.
And
It's not realistic.
and I would just
That's
say,
what superstars do. What did Giannis have last night?
Again, he's not in his 9th, 10th, 11th season in the league.
And I would just say, and I don't know, Matt, I don't know if you were done, but I would just say this, just keeping it real. We traded for Murray in the offseason for situations like this.
And this is
That's
what
happened.
that's why I
The
said
front office is not smart, and they listen to a fucking player and don't understand. We should have listened to Travis. Trey wanted him here, so I don't understand how y'all can't hold him accountable for Murray.
I understand that Trey wanted him here, but he wanted him here for nights like tonight, for him to knock the shit to bed on national television in an important. And I would give Murray the benefit of the doubt. I would give Murray the benefit of the doubt if he played last game. If Murray played last game, I would give him benefit of the doubt.
No, because Murray last game. You don't got to give Murray shit. He was fucking horrible. He's supposed to be the number 2. He didn't live up to what he's supposed to do, in my opinion. I don't care what nobody else think. In my opinion, he was supposed to be the number 2. Give me 20, give me 25, whatever. He ain't do the shit.
He not. That's what I said.
You can't be the star of the team. A star of the team show the fuck up every night, especially in the playoffs.
So you know he didn't show up tonight?
If we took this shit serious, we wouldn't be 41-41. We wouldn't be doing
the overall season was bad. I said that. The overall season, this is why you don't play the top 2 seeds.
Stars show the fuck up every night, especially in the playoffs. You don't get him no pass because he did his job. Murray ain't do his job.
Demond, to be responsible for 90% of your team's overall offense.
What Giannis do last night? What Giannis do last night?
Giannis lost.
Giannis went 38 and 22.
He missed 22 free throws and
he tried his best
to an 8th seed.
He tried. Ain't nobody making no excuses. You don't see him.
I didn't say Trey. I didn't say he tried it and didn't succeed. I said he was bad in the second half.
Man. I know that's your guy. I know that's your guy. Okay,
Murray,
Let's circle back.
Murray was shitty. He was. If he would have done his job, showed up like a man, we wouldn't have been in this position.
Facts. And guess who else was shitty this season? Fucking Trae Young. Career low in every fucking thing. Am I right or wrong? On another fucking coach who over here, playoff loser, fucking up the shit that's working in the third quarter. Dummy. He a dummy. He's supposed to be
I said he shouldn't have. I said he shouldn't have took out Onyeka. I don't know why he did that.
Terrible, man.
And he should have played. He should have played through Hunter, who by the way had another good game.
Let's
Quinn, you on the clock.
Let's circle back. Go ahead, Mike.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
How you doing?
I'm good, man. It was a tough loss, man. I don't know, man. I guess I'll be the person, man, not to trip too much or whatever. It sucks. I want to trip, but I ain't gonna trip too much, man. Definitely should have won game 4. Felt like they didn't come out and start that game with the energy that they needed to. We let one get away for us then. I feel like if they came out and started with that do or die attitude, we probably pulled that game out. But tonight, man, I really feel like I want to say this first though. I'm not blaming Trey. I'm not blaming Trey at all. Like I seen a lot of positives from him through this playoff stretch that has me, got me encouraged and Trey going forward. But yeah, man, Trey just didn't value the ball tonight, ultimately overall. And ultimately it kind of cost us a bit. It's times where we weren't able to seize the momentum or runs or whatever. I think it was like almost three-quarter court attempt alley-oop to Dre. Like I feel like that was bad timing. At that time, we needed to make sure that we got a bucket in a sense. I understand again pushing the ball and everything like that, but it's a lot of risk and reward to Trey basically playing. That's in a sense his style. But he just got to learn just in those games, in those situations, that every single possession is valuable, especially when like you're the underdog. It's not gonna be easy to get it back. That deep three in the first half was crucial, like just to see how the momentum swing, and I think it was like a 9-point swing almost. I think it was like 3 threes that followed that. Is these certain runs that kind of happen off of these certain decisions. Now I get it. I understand. Yeah, DJ could have been better. He definitely could have been better, man. Not going to avoid that. DJ could have been better tonight, but he did. He did almost have a triple double. I mean, he had 0 points in the first half, so he got 14. I mean, to be real with you, Trey get 14 in the second half. Yeah, we win. I mean, probably, but I mean, dang, man, it sucks. Again, I ain't gonna bail DJ out, man. Over, but at the same time, though, think about it overall. Damon, you said out your mouth, number 2 supposed to be scoring what 20 to 25. I believe that's his average. Tonight probably brings that average down. It sucks he missed the last game. I mean, I don't know if he plays, if we win the last game, whatever. But you know what I'm saying? I think missing the last game and he pressing this evening or whatever tonight, he's the one out of everybody in the sense that hasn't necessarily been there. Again, I know we don't want to hear that and everything like that though, but I think it'll be beneficial for DJ, as well. But yeah, I really feel like that's where we lost to that, man. We got some stops. Like, I get it too. Like, we didn't get stops. It was stupid. Like, they started doing certain things and gave up those threes late, but we ain't got like back-to-back blocks. It was double O and JC, and we come up with nothing there. It was too much just back and forth. We not settling the ball. That's why I needed Trey to, in a sense, do that and get us a good bucket. And Trey got to understand. I brought this up before too about Trey's conditioning and like y'all going on about Jimmy. Like, one thing I don't like Jimmy, man, but I give Jimmy, I gotta give him his props in certain things because I mean, yeah, he plays the way that I would ideally like somebody to play the game of basketball. But dude in shape, man. Trey got to get in shape. Like he saw, like that's the only reason why Trey, in a sense, couldn't keep doing what he need to do. You know what I'm saying? So Trey got to understand that, like, that's his next evolution to the game is him being able to play defense because he was doing a lot of stuff early on. He was doing a lot of stuff. He was playing defense. He was giving effort all around. The boy, he had a bounce and stuff. He was going. He was rude. So he exerted energy, basically to be in a position, and also he did the previous game as well because he was doing that as well. So Trey got to get the run in this offseason, man, and come back in shape, man, in great shape. Of course, we can get the roster a lot better, but I think with a lot smarter, well, more smarter plays tonight and overall in the series, man. I mean, yeah, we really could have pulled this off. But at the same time, if we had smarter play the entire season, we wouldn't have been a 7 seed. So, yeah, that's all I got, man. Really, in a nutshell.
All right,
Man,
my guy.
hold it, man.
Tapping in.
Yep.
Let's see. Where we at here? We got Foot. What's good, my guy?
What's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple things. Mike pretty much hit on a lot of things I was going to talk about, but I think it's a lot of overreaction right now, right? We are who we are. The shit didn't change in the playoff, right? We know what this team could be capable of, but it's not consistency, right? So, and Matt, you on that BS how you just going at get DJ right now because Trey can get that same work. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep it 100. Right, because like Mike was saying, he didn't settle the game. I'm not blaming him, but the way Matt just went in on DJ, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. So I have no issues with the way these dudes play overall, right? What I have an issue is with fucking Coach Quinn. His whole strategy, analyst, his strategy the last 6-7 minutes of this game. Why the fuck are you trying to double Tatum, right? And leaving Al Horford open? What I said at the beginning of this damn season, do not.
They did that once.
Huh?
They did that once.
How many points Al had? Al came up with a double-double. Before he shot that damn first three, Al had fucking 4 3 points. 3 points, 2 points, or whatever. Right? Here's the problem. He hit key threes, right? He hit key threes, and we had key turnovers, at the wrong time. And they hit their threes at the right time because he's sitting there wide ass open, He wasn't doing shit the whole game, right?
So
So hold on, let me finish. So my
I'm
whole
just trying to
thing
figure out how
is
that's
that,
on Quinn.
huh?
I'm just trying to figure out
He the
how
one
that's on
telling him to
Quinn.
double.
We doubled one time. We doubled at
And
half
what
court
game were
one
you
time.
watching, bro? We'll talk about it later. Dude, they were doubling. All right.
Okay.
Then kick Marcus Smart to drive and
Mhm.
kick the damn thing off. Dude wide open, right? So let me just set that part right there, right? So his strategy toward the end, I didn't like it, right? I didn't like it. Because again, we played the same way for the most part we've been playing, keeping these games close. Even when they jump out on the lead, these games always been close. And we lost it. You know, we lost momentum and stopped hitting shots and stuff like that, right? And they start hitting open shots off them damn drives and kicks and stuff like that because we got that doubling. But one thing we got to do, and I keep saying this shit. Oh, hold on. One time for Hunter. This whole damn series. Nobody can say shit about Hunter this whole series. But back to what I was saying, push the damn ball. I saw several times where Trey got out there pushing the ball. He waiting on them dudes. I've been saying this whole season. Series. Push the damn ball and get up the floor. Put pressure on their defense. We don't do that. Right? Come on, man. Defense, I'm not going to – we've been playing the same defense we played the whole season. Again, keep it close. Now, the defensive game plan was good at first. Then they changed it up a little bit, like I said, doing later on in that fourth quarter, right? Who's on the clock? Who on the clock is freaking front office because they got us into this mess. That's who on the clock. Quinn's not on the clock. I just didn't like the way we finished the game. But it is what it is. The damage has been done. Now, that's what we're going to do in the offseason.
Shit.
What are we going to do? That's the question. What they're going to do with this roster, what they're going to do with this organization. That's all I got for now. And we'll get into a little bit more analysis about Quinn later.
All right. Therefore, let's agree on Mikey. Yeah. So I don't know about y'all, but to me, Quinn on the goddamn clock. That motherfucker tripped up the fucking game.
Oh my god,
Ass line up.
That's ridiculous, Demond.
it's
It ain't
ridiculous.
ridiculous. You saw the shit. Why the fuck is Capella in?
Bro.
Cooking.
Bro,
You had John Eaton in that post. We went to him off the pick and roll, everything. And then someone said, I got a bright idea.
JC, we didn't go to JC in the pick.
Capella in.
It was an
And the
adjustment
shit
from
was down
adjustment.
fucking here.
I don't think we really went to JC in the pick and roll. He just hit his shots.
No, he went on the pick and roll. They ran the pick and roll. Go back and look at it again, my guy.
It was the
So,
pick
and he did it in the
more-
fourth quarter when they took Capella out,
it
and he
was
went
more
with
the-
JC, Hunter, Bogey, Trey, and I can't remember if it was Murray or Bay.
And down the fourth quarter, we had Collins in. We had Murray in then because we played more Collins because it was a close game.
Yeah.
Which I like that from Quinn, keeping Collins on the floor than Bay because Bay didn't make enough shots to be like on the floor tonight instead of Collins because Collins was outplaying him. Collins was clearly outplaying Sadiq Bay. But overall, this game, I'm not mad at all. I'm really not. Trey, excellent first half. I mean, he was on fire. He was hitting everything. He got to the basket. Well, he got to his 3-point shot on. And I will say this in the second half, he wasn't good. He wasn't good, but the absolute how we caught fire in that first half. First of all, you were not going to sustain that for an entire game. If you do that, you're dropping 60. And that rarely happens, right? But I will say, I think Trey could have played a little bit more downhill in that second half. That is what I will say about Trey. But overall for the game, I mean, and this series after the first two games, like throwing away the playoff demons, if you will, that's awesome to see. That's awesome to see from Trey. DeJounte was not great tonight. Wish we would have seen him get to that mid range a bit more, especially going to that spot. When he does that so much, but he wasn't able to knock it down. I think Dre, you saw the value of Dre in these last two games, right? Dre is guarding Tatum, that's the opposing team's best player. If he's hitting shots like a 3-and-D player does, he gives you 20, and he defends the other team's best wing every single night. You're not going to take anything less. You're not going to take anything more than that from Dre. So Dre, good game from Dre tonight. I think JC, a lot of people are gonna overlook this. JC was our best defender on Jaylen Brown in the entire series, and that's kind of sad to say because we thought what we were getting with DeJounte was great defense, point of attack defense, but it really wasn't. John Collins was the best option on Jaylen Brown. JB's too quick for Hunter, so John Collins, Quinn I thought that was an excellent adjustment from Quinn to put John Collins on Jaylen Brown to begin that second half, and it worked. It worked, but Tatum actually came through in the playoffs for once in his career.
Hold up.
What were we saying, Damon?
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, I was saying but Tatum for once for the short few times in his career actually came through in the second half of a playoff game for the Celtics. So Tatum hit some tough shots. When JB hit that 3 over DeJounte with 4.5 minutes to go, that was a backbreaker. That right in his face. Great defense. Shot clock draining down to 2.5 seconds. Nothing much you could do there. But I want a lot of y'all to go when it's available. Go to rewatch the 6.5 minute mark to the 4 minute mark, or no 3:30, and watch the looks and shots that we got. The Celtics ultimately pulled away with around 3:15 to go, but before that we were missing a ton of open shots. We were getting great looks. And DeJounte had a layup at the rim with the right hand. You had Trey miss a wide open floater off the jump ball. You had Trey get a wide open 3 with 4.5 left on the shot clock. He missed that as well. But I really don't think offensively it was bad until the very last 2-minute 30 stretch of the fourth quarter when it looked like the guys to kind of quit. The offensive execution wasn't there. And that's what I expected, honestly, in this series. When you got a great offensive team and defensive team like the Celtics and a veteran team, the execution in the fourth quarter you expect to be very, very good. And that's what it was in this game. It wasn't good for them last game, and that's how we were able to steal it. Trae Young hit that shot and made this a competitive series. But ultimately, I'm really not mad at this loss. I'm disappointed. Obviously, season's over, but it was a great fight by the guys. Obviously, the season and the regular season's not really what we wanted to be as far as record-wise, as far as seeding-wise. And like Matt said, you don't want to be facing a top 2 seed for 2 seasons in a row. It's just you just can't do that. So ultimately, we got to be better in the regular season. But I do think this team there's going to be a lot of changes, like Foot said, either with if that deals with Collins or Capella, which are probably the 2 likely candidates. But overall, we got to be better in the regular season to avoid this matchup in the playoffs. And one more thing about the bench. I think Bogey Bogdanovic is really shutting a lot of people up after that extension. I know a lot of people were upset that we made that deal, but he's been balling and well worth that contract after that. And even if it is trade bait, which I can still see it at the next deadline with a 3-year contract, that's a lot of value for a player like Bogey. Those players don't go on trees, right? I think that's a lot of value, and somebody will really want Bogey, and especially a contender that needs shooting. They're going to get a lot. The Hawks are going to get a lot for a player like Bogey with 3 years left on our contract. So I think that was a good move from the organization, especially with how Bogey was playing. But I know I kind of talked a little bit long there. Oh, one more thing. Jalen Johnson, after the first 2 games, it looked rough. He looked literally unplayable in the series. But after those first 2 games, JJ really did a better job impacting the game on both sides of the ball. So shout out to JJ, overcoming a rough start to the series. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
All righty, my guy. Let's bring on Point. What's good, my guy? You muted.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yo, Damon, man, you are one funny guy. Okay, you are hilarious. After Game 5, you was sitting in here. Analyst is my witness. You was sitting in here talking about, man, it don't even matter about the rest of the series. Blah blah blah. This and that. Give Trey his flowers. X, Y, and Z. And then
that's
we have
because-
a game
that's
like
because
this,
you wasn't-
and now you heated.
You
Go ahead.
wasn't
I'll
here.
let you finish. Go ahead.
You wasn't here when I said No, I said it on Twitter. I only say that shit to get me prepared just in case we lose. It's a mental thing with me.
So hold on. So you say it to us, but we're supposed to read your mind. And in reality,
No, that's why I just told you.
I know, but I'm saying we don't know that.
Tell y'all so you wouldn't know. I just told you that. I
hear that, but I'm saying if I believe that in your mind, you're like, yo, you know what? It is what it is. We're not even supposed to be here. Cool. And then you have this tone today. You see where that confusion comes from, right?
Because originally I had us winning 50 games.
Okay.
Year. I had us winning 50
but I'm
games.
talking about this series.
So what I'm saying is this. So in my head, I think this team is better than 41-41.
Absolutely, they are.
You have talent to be better than 41-41.
100%.
So sometimes I'll just psych myself out just in case we lose. I can just. It don't got nothing to do with y'all. It don't got nothing to do with y'all. I don't care.
Shout out to the chat.
The thing is this. See, I don't care what nobody think. I don't care what nobody think.
We know.
I do it mentally for me.
So thank you for
process it and not get so angry and mad when these dudes fuck up game after fucking game. And so it's shitty ass fucking playoff loser.
I hear that. So a couple things.
And the shitty front office.
So
3 fucking picks. We ain't got shit.
Here's my perspective on it, man. Tonight was a tough loss, but as fans, what we can't do is sit. Yo.
You must got a phone call. You got a phone call, huh?
Oh yeah, actually. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just ignored it. Mm-hmm. But so what we can't do is take tonight's game and use that to kind of essentially take out all our frustrations from the season. You feel me? Like tonight is one thing, the whole season is another thing. Speaking on tonight, somebody mentioned this a couple shows ago about how the importance of Murray and Trey being on at the same time. And tonight was a very good example of that. Murray had an awful first half. I know Trey was cooking. He was really feeling himself. And then in the second half, Trey was fucking ass. Murray got some things going, but the timing was just off. Hunter started really coming alive in that third quarter, really kept the momentum going. But Trey just could not do things. And it got to a point where I felt like he felt the pressure of, yo, we about to go home tonight. I got to start forcing shit up. Which, whenever Trey gets in that mode, I think it does nothing but hurt us. So that I'm going to hold him accountable on. I think ultimately it was difficult this series because our big men is such a strength for our game, even though they may not have the box score numbers or they may not have the 20 and 10s and 20 and 15s, but just the presence of knowing that amongst most teams, we will have a rebounding advantage. We have a quality rim protector. We didn't have that at all this series. And it just felt like when we did have it, it was like spurts. Like these dudes were getting to the fucking lane with ease. Like they were making Malcolm Brogdon, who let's be quite honest, what did they trade for him? A bunch of garbage fucking players and a random first round pick. Like he was a nobody and he was so available that, you know what I mean? Like nobody really cared for him. You see what I'm saying? But it's like when you watch him in a series like this, you're like, damn, he looks like a all NBA baller, right? And he had a great season, and I'll give him that. But that comes from going up against an opponent that isn't able to play to their strengths. I'm gonna hold Quinn accountable, but to a certain degree. What I don't like is I don't like how in Game 5 you came in with a specific game plan, movement, off-ball movement, passing the ball, getting the rock going, trusting your guys. You didn't have that tonight. And tonight, it really felt like, yo, Murray, Trey, take us home. And it's funny because it's very reminiscent to Game 6 against the 76ers, right, when we beat them. I'm sorry, when we lost that game, but we were up 3-2 in that series. And if we go back and watch that game, the feel of that game was very similar to tonight, right? Trey was on it early, but it just felt like we never had a whole collective performance. And I say that to say that comes with the learning curve. And I think that is important for us to be able to understand that in those moments, we got to know how to execute like accurately. In the fourth quarter, like both teams started off trash. Both teams had the opportunity to really make that early run. And I think that should have been the time where we were looking to go to the rim, looking to, cause some fouls, things like that. We didn't get there. So that's where I hold Quinn accountable. To say that Quinn is on the clock now, man, that's fucking ridiculous. Let's just be honest, bro. That's just ridiculous.
No, he on the clock. To me, he on the motherfucking clock.
I mean, come on, that's unreasonable.
He got a whole off season.
I'm gonna say this though.
He got personnel.
I'm gonna say this though. I'm not gonna put anybody on the clock, but I'm expecting a lot of big moves this summer. Tonight, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even though John had a great game, this is the last thing I'm gonna say before I let the next guy go. John had a really good game, especially in the second half. But tonight is the type of game where if you had like what's the dude's name? Vanderbilt on the Lakers. Like if you had a guy that could guard multiple different positions, stuff like that, I feel like it would have been a lot easier for us to manage a lot of those pick and rolls, those point of attack pick and rolls, things like that, those pass outs. But we don't have that, right? And asking someone like Dre to do that, that's just not in his skill set. And then the last super quick thing I'm gonna say, I completely disagree with Foot 100% about all of those like doubling Tatum and stuff like that. Get the fuck out of here with that, bro. Like at the end of the day, if you're gonna sit in the corner, eventually you'll get some looks. Al Horford was missing them shits all game 5. You'll live with that shot, bro. Like it is what it is. So that's all I gotta say.
I'm gonna have to disagree on that last one, bro. I'm not gonna live with a 40% 3-point shooter wide open. I'm not.
Well, I'm gonna be quite honest with you. It's not about living with it. The reality of the matter is that he doesn't have volume like that, and the reality, and he's not gonna make a move. The only thing you need to do is have. Well, I'll hold Quinn accountable for saying the guy who is rotating to him in the corner needs to be closing him out harder and forcing him to dribble. If Al Horford takes one dribble, he's not shooting that shot. So that
one because we don't have the length to guard him. So
I was gonna say we just don't have the play.
You can't really force him because even if you run out there, he's just gonna shoot it over you. That's what he
exactly what my point was about this summer. I'm looking to see some changes. If we had some length, if we had some defenders that can close out harder, get a shot up, force guys to just take one extra dribble, that will play to our advantage.
Or get some wings or guard who can stop penetration.
I hear that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm backstage, y'all.
All right, my guy. All right, who we got here? Ticket up in the building. What's good, homie?
What's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right, man. The way I feel about the season, the way I feel about the game tonight, it's two different things. So I'm gonna try to stick with just the game tonight. Number one, I feel like this game was decided in moments. One moment I could think of is in the fourth quarter. I think there was 4 straight possessions where we had the ball up 3, and we couldn't extend the lead. I feel like that was a big moment right there, and I think after that, I think that's when Brown hit the 3 in Murray face to tie the game.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't, bro. Our defense is god awful, bro.
Terrible, man.
Our defense is terrible, bro.
I thought it was going to at least show up.
Like I understand that I understand that Boston's elite on both ends, but when you in a situation where you just hope they miss a layup, that's not good. That's not good at all. Quinn, I feel like he was good for 3.5 quarters. The last 6 minutes, I don't understand why he didn't go. And I'm a Clint fan. Y'all know that. I don't understand why the closing lineup was different from Game 5's closing lineup.
He had it in
Can
and then went away from it, man.
I don't. He if anything, if you wanted to play Clint, you could have played Clint in the middle of the fourth and then brought the closing lineup in to close it out,
He
like
he
at the
had
4 minute
that
mark or
closing
whatever.
lineup in at the beginning of the fourth, man.
I
And
know.
Collins was started to cook. He started to warm up again, and then he went away from it, bro.
Yeah, and then also, analyst, I rewatched the inbound play. He did run the same play 3 times. Quinn ran the same
We
exact
came on the
inbound
ball. We
play.
came on the ball,
He
Gerald.
he he ran the same inbound play 3 straight
They
times.
didn't have
He
nobody
saw it.
coming down the baseline. Just
He saw it didn't work, and he changed Hunter. He went Hunter there. Hunter couldn't inbound it, and then he says run the same play. And Hunter turns it over.
he threw the
Like
shit
you
away.
gotta
Well,
have more than one inbound play.
well, I think what it was is, and I think if you just think about this logically, right? If Bogey, let's say Bogey makes one of those free throws.
No, no,
All
no,
right.
no.
No.
I'm gonna
Watch where
get
I'm
there.
going with this, Gerald.
Don't
What?
steal my
What?
thunder.
What? Okay, go ahead.
Don't steal my thunder on that.
Go ahead.
I'm solely
I,
talking about that play.
no, I was
Remember,
gonna
I'm
say
talking about
the
moments.
the play where Hunter threw it, it was a bad pass, but Bogey could have been wide open in the corner, but he laid over there. You know, he would have had an open look in the corner to cut the lead to
Because
one.
he didn't have, ain't nobody had confidence that that play was gonna work. It got shut down 3 straight times. I ain't never seen that look like the playground where you got to throw it off of somebody like 3 straight plays. But and then going to Bogey, he missed 2 out of them 3 free throws. That remind me, I can't remember what game it was during the regular season where he did the same thing. Where we could have tied the game, I think. Which game was it?
What you
Seemed like
talking
it
about?
was it Detroit? I can't remember who it was.
Oh shit! I barely remember the regular season
Okay.
game.
Are you
No,
talking about?
yeah, during the regular season where Bogey had 3 free throws, I think it was to tie the game or to
Oh,
win it.
that was Portland.
Okay, Portland, yeah.
Portland, yeah.
So yeah, Bogey did the same thing there.
That dude choking when it comes to free throws.
Murray and Trey, I think this is the story of the season with them two. We cannot get them in a rhythm at the same time. That was that was the story of the season, and it reared its ugly head tonight. Trey was marvelous in the first half, but the shots that he was shooting, I kind of knew that there was no way he was going to be able to keep that up. And 1 for 13 can't do that. That can't happen. I wish Hunter got more touches down the stretch. I wish Collins got more touches down the stretch as well. Murray having them 0 points, man, that really bothered me. I know y'all talked about him having the 7 assists and 4 rebounds, but as much as Boston scores and the fact that our personality is that we can't shoot consistently, we needed his points tonight. He got a little something going, but if he would have gave us that kind of steadily throughout the game, I feel like at halftime we would have been in a better position. Is Quinn on the clock? For me, I feel like Quinn is on the clock starting next season. Simply because the reason why I say that, Alice, is because he has front office power. So he has personnel power. So he can change the team into what he wants faster than somebody like a Nate, who pretty much he just got to coach what you give him. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
Quinn almost has the power of a college coach, where he pretty much controls the roster.
And he inherited a star player, so
Yeah, he already inherited a
ain't
match
like he
player.
started from scratch.
Yeah,
Like
and
he did Utah.
right. So we just got to make sure that, well, I'll say my thoughts on the season when we bring everybody in, but go Braves, a real winner. And And shout out to Bijan Robinson, newest Falcon.
I like that pick. I'm not a Falcons fan, but I like
Too
that.
bad he
Pick.
can't. Too bad he can't get to the quarterback.
Yeah, no, I'm
Y'all
neutral,
be
but
fine. Y'all got plenty of defense. Y'all got
all
plenty.
right, that's all I got.
Okay.
All right, who's the last person? Let's bring up RJ. What's good, my guy?
Hey, family, what's good, man? Your boy got them tickets to the game, man.
I saw you up in there. I saw your Facebook.
Hey, bro, when I tell y'all the Hawks fans showed up and showed out, bro, the fans showed up and they showed out, man. It was live in there, man. It was live.
Hey, they sounded loud. They sounded loud on TV, bro.
Yeah, man, it was crazy, man. We were going in on them refs. We were going in on the players and Boston fans, man. I had the most obnoxious Boston fan next to me, man. I wanted to beat their ass so bad, but you know that's just the way it felt. But man, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. And Demond, you can attest to this, man. It's different when you watch your guys play up close, man. It's different. It is a different vibe. I hear what you guys are saying and everything like that, but man, them boys play hard out there, man. They fought, man, and I'm here to tell you, man, them boys fought hard. You could just see it really was no give up. I think one of the biggest things that hurt us in this game, though, was those missed free throws by Onyeka. We needed those bad down the end. That's what really hurt us. And you know what? If you go back and you listen to Onyeka after the game, that was one of the things he said. He literally said himself he cost the team because we needed those free throws. I think if he would have got those, that would have been a really good boost. But I'm here to tell y'all, man, them boys, listen, man, Trey, and I know DeJounte didn't have a great game, but I'm here to tell you, man, them boys fought, man. They were fighting. The hardest thing for the Hawks right now is they got to find consistent shooting. Whether they're twos, whether they're threes, they need consistent shooting. And the next thing is just if they can just have one player who can be a defensive stopper, that would be a big boost to them, man. Big boost. But I think in this game, one of the things that hurt us was our center play, man. We needed more from Clint. We needed more from Onyeka. And I hate to say this because I've been on analyst and Matt's team with this. I think Onyeka should start. He's not ready yet, man. He still needs a little bit more time before he can really take the reins, because if he wants to start, this was the game he should have showed it. This was the game we needed Onyeka to show up. I think he will get there, but Onyeka needs a little bit more time, man, because I don't think he was ready for prime time, no. He was not ready for prime time. And Jalen Johnson, man, shout out to him, man. His people were actually in the building. His mom and dad were actually a few rows down from me. So he made a couple of threes, man. I guess he was out there showing out for mom and dad. So his pops and mom were in the building. So shout out to them. But let me tell y'all something, man. There's Hawks fans in Atlanta, man, and it was lit, bro. The fans showed up, man, and I want to give a big shout out to the Hawks fans that was in the building, man. Big shout out. They were in there buying merchandise. People were going ham in there, man. So, hey, man, shout out to y'all, man. I hate the season's over with, but I'm going to tell you, though, these boys going to be back. And they gave Boston everything, man. Philly got a nice little look at what Boston brings to the table because the Hawks gave them boys everything they can handle, man, and then some. So shout out to our team, man. Shout out to the fans. Next year, we bringing it, man. Hey, man, I'm calling finals next year, man. I'm hyped. Let's go.
Okay.
All right. Shout out to RJ. So let's go ahead and bring everybody, right?
Yep. Let's go and bring. I'll bring everybody on.
Boy,
all right. So this is my question.
That boy Matt about to cry.
Question. This is my question to the panel. This is the question to start off with. Is the season a failure?
Hell yeah.
Yes, it's a failure.
Tell me why.
Because we didn't trade 3 first-round picks for a dim star to come up light in a game like this. But overall, throughout the season, you know, obviously Nate wasn't the answer. We all know that. Roster-wise, I thought it fit. It fits on paper, but in reality, it doesn't fit together. And then, coming off of a disappointing season last year to come back this year with another disappointing season. And the front court was a major part in why it was, obviously Trey shooting, but the front court in totality with Collins and Capella, it has to be upgraded. So I am thankful for the season because it showed us where we're weak at. We need a new front court. We need a new wing. Obviously Hunter.
We need a point of attack defender.
Yeah, Hunter needs to, be moved down a spot. But we need a real bench with some veterans, a real backup point guard. This staggering shit doesn't work. And I'm happy that we got a coach like Quinn. So it was a necessary evil, because I think next year, it's clear that, a lot of the things that like Hunter's supposed to be good at the three, a lot of the things that I'm going to use Gerald word, catfish Murray into being this great defender. He's not that. So it shows a lot of the things that we need improvement on. So that's why I would say that it was a disappointment, but in the long scheme of things, it's going to help us out.
Hey, I'm going to be honest with y'all, man. I can't necessarily say the season was a failure because nobody had us going to the championship. Let's be real. So we
didn't say really first round exit, though, RJ.
Hey, true. But listen, if we being honest, man, to me, a failure is not winning the championship, bro. That's failure. You need it. It really should be championship or bust. Now, I would say.
We failed then. We failed.
Hold on.
Giannis,
no.
Okay.
See, you're cutting people off and you're not listening. I can't call it a failure, but I will call it a disappointment. The disappointment is we should have went further. Not necessarily we didn't win the championship. That's what I'm saying. The disappointment is we should have went further because you gave up so much for DeJounte Murray. And one thing I will say, DeJounte Murray was not as advertised. We were looking for a point of attack defender.
Thank
he
God.
Didn't really bring that. And so, but to sit back and say
you got
it
catfish.
was just and then I think you have to look at the fact, I think as well, you have to really consider that it takes time for guys to really get in a groove and play together. That does take time. That is a real thing. Guys have to get used to playing with each other. But I will say this, man. I do agree with Matt, though. I think this loss really points out some things we need. We have areas we obviously can see that we need to be improving on, man.
I think the season was a freaking failure. Okay. I think the season, I had us winning 50 games. I was excited about the Murray trade because I thought that Travis Link thought it was a good deal. Come to find out, he didn't think it was a good move. So now we end up overpaying for DeJounte Murray. Our front office is a shambles. We don't know. We got a roster built by who knows how many GMs within the organization. We don't know who was in charge of picking who on this team. Okay, the parts don't match. So I want to start there with the front office. They're horrible, and I hope Landry Fields gets fired, and that Quinn is the one making the moves. Why do I say that? Because I don't want to hear no fucking excuses next year. Okay, I don't want to hear no excuses if this team at least improve. Let's start there. Improve our 41, 43 freaking wins. Okay, let's start there. And they could, bro, listen to me, man. They ruined this team. Tony Wrestler, his son, they ruined us. We was on a good pace. We was on the good track. We had tons of assets to make moves to get a legit star on this team. But we couldn't do that because Trae Young and Nick Wrestler homies. And they going to get DeJounte Murray when we could have probably used that to go get a better player. So I hope whoever's in charge of the front office, get the fuck up out of here. Whoever improved that Murray trade need to be fucking fired. Because now we stuck. Now we don't have a choice but to keep him. And if you try to
No,
trade
no,
him,
that's not true.
if you try to trade him next year, you're not getting back 3 fucking picks.
Damon,
I don't care. I'm cutting my losses.
Damon, why would you want Landry?
And now we're gonna pay. Now we gotta pay this dude. Now we gotta pay Trey 200 fucking million. John another 100. Man, listen. Whoever's in charge of all this shit need to be fucking fired. Quinn, listen to me. Build your team. Build your team, because next year I don't want to hear no excuses that you need more time. Giving up 130.
So what are you expecting, Damon?
Well, Damon,
giving up 130 points in the playoffs.
Yeah, no shit, Damon.
Damon, let me just say this real quick. It's not about, to me, I'll speak for myself, I guess.
I'll go after
it's not about Quinn and the excuses. It's about building a team to try and win. You know, I'm hoping that Quinn's, vision can win, which I think it can. But I'm not looking at. I know you are, because you're pretty critical of Quinn and you believe he's a playoff loser. But I just think that it's past Quinn getting more time or him not getting more time and excuses, and then moving on to the next guy. Like, we got this dude locked in for 5 years. We got to figure out a way to make this work year after year. And I guess I'll just go and answer your question.
No, because I ain't finished.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you cut me off. I ain't finished.
But I just think that
DeJounte Murray, you need to get your ass to the lab and learn how to fucking attack and finish at the fucking basket. Okay? You make yourself one-dimensional. Everybody in the arena knows exactly what you're going to do. You're going to dribble, get to the free throw line at the corner, and pull up. It's the same shit.
And I need to let God, can you stop going for steals?
You need to improve your three-point shooting, too, because you're not a threat out there. Okay?
I would strongly disagree with that.
How the hell are you going to disagree when he don't? How many times
DeJounte was a sub tonight? DeJounte was a sub.
Let Damon finish.
Okay,
I want to get into it.
Get to the line. We
fault,
got one guy who can get to the free throw line because none of them can attack. Murray can't attack. Dre Hunter can't. Dre Hunter have Al Horford on him and he shoot a fucking three because he can't get to the basket. We play ourselves half the time. We don't take advantage of no mismatches. None. Everybody know what we gonna do. We are so easy to defend. But that's not even my biggest issue. My issue is the defending. And y'all know I've been screaming that shit all year. So y'all know this ain't nothing new for me right now. I've been complaining about us not being able to defend. I'm the one who be going back and forth with John. When I say, John, we got to play defense, John. Every game we lost to the Celtics, we gave up 130 points. How you expect to win when you giving up 130? Did y'all see this game tonight? All they did was get penetration, dribble penetration, kick out, two more passes, somebody wide open from three. We had no answer for it. None. We keep going to help. Quinn ain't make no adjustments on the defensive side of the ball. It was just, hey, help.
Well, Damon, because we can't stay in front of anyone.
I would like to see us man up on the guy.
Damon, I'm telling you, like, we're not a consistent defensive team. We can't, unfortunately,
bro,
we can't stay in front of our guy.
Sometimes I'm watching us play analysts. Okay. Trey will run over there and help for no reason. Go watch the live stream. I'll be like, why he going to help? The dude ain't even past the guy.
That's how we.
And who he leave open? You leave open Marcus Smart.
Right. That's what I was going to say. And he left over the sweat. Listen, that's just dumb.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, analyst. That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't really assess that to Quinn. I would have more so assessed that to Trey. He's got to be smarter than that in that situation.
No, hell no.
Hey, was Damon finished?
Give up 130 points and
no, I don't think so.
I'm gonna go. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull up our losses this year. I'm gonna see how much we give up in losses. I guarantee you that shit around 125 a night.
For me.
Are you finished, Damon?
Yeah, man.
Let's go.
All right.
Did you go?
No, I didn't go.
Let me say this. We're going back to answer the question. Yes, it's a failure to me. I'm not talking about a failure because we win the championship. It's a failure because we played like trash with the talent we got on this team. It's a failure because this ragged ass front office got some infighting going on that fucked the whole team up, right? Because it trickled down to these players. That's nobody's talking about this. Trickled down to the players, and it affected their fucking play. All this little jibbling and jabbing going back on. So that's why I said that we are fair. It ain't just a fair because of the DeJounte trade or any other none of that bullshit. Hunter plan, Wade plan, or John Collins or whatever, right? Because the whole organization was fucked this whole year, right? It was fucked. That's just the way I see it. Because I'm not giving up on this whole. Yeah, I don't care. I still want to make this DeJounte trade as far as with those giving up those pieces. I mean, all that capital. But I'm not saying that it won't work right now. You know, again, we're this group in particular, along with a lot of fans, prisoners of the moment, right? You just the other day and the days before, oh, this, but then y'all come in here with the same, y'all just be going out for no reason. Y'all got to keep it 100. I told y'all before. That's why I said when we asked months ago, what are your expectations?
Did we lose Foot?
I think Foot went out. No, y'all got to learn in life. It's a thing called business.
Man, you
He's
already
back.
He's back.
Hey, he's
Man,
back.
ain't finished. So
went out.
At the same time, fellas, what everybody on this team needs smoke. There's a lot of bias in here a lot of time, right? And it getting kind of ridiculous to be honest with you, right? Let's be honest with ourselves, not because of who we like. Let's be honest for ourselves and talk real basketball. Ain't no sense of going to a whole 15 minutes on biased conversation. Let's talk real basketball. I mean,
Preach.
y'all feel what I'm saying?
Preach.
I'm just saying, man. You know, that's all I got.
Who next?
Goddamn.
And
You a buster, dog.
I'll go next if everyone else is down. All right. So, in my opinion, I think the season was a letdown. 41-41 was not where we wanted to be at the end of the day. I do like the fight from the playoffs though. Let me say that. And you know, we proved. I mean, I wish I was ultimately proved wrong by this because of how we were competitive. But I did say Celtics in 6 to predict the series. But overall, this season, I think the biggest thing, and I sound like a broken record by saying this on so many shows, but it's really the DeJounte defense was not what we thought it was. That's the biggest key to me this year. And
amen.
I think DeAndre did as far as like guarding 3s and 4s. I think people realized this year that he just can't guard 1s and 2s. He just can't do it. And with DeJounte not being able to do it, that's our biggest hole in the roster. I think that's what we need to fix immediately next offseason. As far as the talent goes, we like Foot said, we got talent on this roster. The guys didn't play up to their talent. It's plain and simple. And overall, the defense, we know that's personnel based. Quinn making adjustments, Nate making adjustments. I don't think either of them could have done much with his team. I really don't. And we did see though that Quinn taking this team offensively to new heights after the All-Star break was good. We had the second best bench after that Sadiq Bey trade in the league as far as scoring goes and net rating. So I think the future's bright for guys like Okongwu and JJ who were strong off that bench. I mean, the future for Bogey. I mean, we know who Bogey is already, but so I think those guys can really come in and play big roles for us next season. So I think we definitely learned some valuable things from this season. But overall, probably top 3 things. You know, we need a point of attack defender. We need another wing shooter, and we also need a guy who, like Damon said, can attack the rim. I like when DeJounte Murray is getting to the free throw line, but at the same time, that is his shot, and if it's on, it's on. So we learned kind of to live and die with that DeJounte Murray shot. But if Trey wasn't getting to the rim this year, nobody was. And I think that, Damon, that's where your point comes in. That is when we need DeJounte more than ever to go to the basket because we don't really have the guys to do that else on this roster. In the offseason, I really want to see Dre work on his handle. I don't think it'll ever become like an above average handle, but I like just to get somewhere so you can navigate the middle of the floor with some people around, with some defenders around him. I just want it to be like just below average. So hopefully he can get there, and I think that'll be a huge boost for this team because you'll have multiple guys who can go to the basket, like you said, them all with TJ and Trey. But yeah, so overall season was a letdown for me, but I do think we learned some valuable lessons from the season.
Man,
All right,
I'm gonna keep
y'all
it a
cool
buck
if I
with
go?
y'all, man. As far as like the DeJounte Murray thing, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Like, somebody made a comment. I think it might have been you, Damon, as far as like the draft capital and the assets, man. Why are we acting like superstars grow on trees?
Thank you.
Why are we acting as if every single month, every single day that passes in the NBA, the price to acquire all-star caliber talent and above goes up? You see what I'm saying? Like, at the trade deadline, there were I don't know how true it was, but just going off of the rumors, there were rumors about the Grizzlies and the Pelicans being in on OG Anunoby and Masai Ujiri wanted 3 first-round picks. You see what I'm saying? Like, again, I don't know how true that was, but when you hear things like that, right? Gobert going for 5 picks and fouls out game 5 in an
And 4
embarrassing
players.
fashion. You see what I'm saying? It's like, why are we acting as if it's like we just got to store these assets and then eventually if a player ain't picking us, what makes you think that any trade's going to work? I'm not saying that that DeJounte Murray was the only option. I'm not saying that at all.
Spitting right now.
But what I'm saying is that if you have a guy of his quality, right, with his skill set, he's not a complete player that's affordable per year for the remainder of his contract. We'll figure out an extension later in life. Are we really not going to look at that? Like, you see what I'm saying? I understand that a trade
No, what
like
are you
that.
saying? I don't understand what you're saying.
What
you saying?
quality is he exactly? Could you define that?
Absolutely.
No, but it could
Can
be
you
a
name
30 minutes.
me any other? Well, if you want to call him a 2 or a 1 or whatever, can you name me 5 players that rebound better than him at his position?
What position he played?
I think.
How many rebounds did he have tonight?
Let
me look.
He had 7 rebounds tonight.
Josh Hart rebounded as well as him.
For a player at his position, 7 rebounds is valuable for our team. We talk about how Dre don't board up like that. We talk about how John has lost his touch around the rim. Like, are we not acting like that's not valuable? Are we not acting as if his ability to play make isn't valuable? Like, what are we talking about here?
So you saying what we gave up for Murray is worth it?
Real quick, man.
That's not what
I mean, that's what he's saying.
Is that what you're
In a
saying?
nutshell, that's what you're saying.
I'm trying to see what you're saying. I don't understand.
What I'm saying
He's
is,
saying that's the going rate.
hold on, let me finish.
That's
You
the
gotta,
going rate.
you gotta let me finish, y'all.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, for a guy of Murray's caliber, what were y'all expecting?
What caliber is he?
Come on, man. Let's not do it.
Just
I'm gonna tell
finish,
you point. We paid too much for him because I'm gonna tell you why. He was not a player that was available for trade. We went and got him because Trey wanted him, so we overpaid. That's why I tried to
Spurs.
he wouldn't have done it.
Demond.
And I understand where you're coming from, point. And listen, I think Murray is a good piece. We just found out this year that he's not a number.
He's not VP.
He's not a number
we
2.
figured that out this year.
But to be fair here, I think when you look at now, I'm thinking general manager wise, right?
Yeah.
When you get, I think you've heard multiple GMs. I listen to multiple GMs. You get one shot at making a big trade involving multiple unprotected first round picks of your own, and
Okay.
When you take that swing, you have to be right. And
go ahead. I'll let you finish.
And since we traded, I know we got our pick next year or whatever in this year, but since we traded draft control 25, 26, and 27, you've essentially made that push for a guy that's not a number 2 option.
So
are you telling me we could have got Josh Hart for the same thing?
So hold on a second. So hold on a second, because here's a great example.
Josh Hart.
How many players from last offseason, the trade deadline now, went for multiple unprotected first round picks?
4.
Rudy Gobert.
Who were they?
What, last year? You said at the deadline?
From last summer to the end of to the trade deadline this year, how many players went for multiple unprotected first round picks?
KD,
Rudy Gobert.
Okay.
Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan
Mitchell
and Murray, correct?
Murray,
Yep.
Mitchell.
That's 4. That's 4.
4 guys. Okay. Kevin Durant, we know who he is. At the end of the day,
we could have gotten him. It came out a day after we sent out all those picks.
I'm gonna be real with you, analysts. You know damn well KD's not picking Atlanta, bro. Like, let's keep.
Doesn't matter what he picked. Listen,
Yeah, it didn't matter what he picked. He was.
I'm gonna be real,
bro.
He was under contract for 4
Yeah.
years.
We were in those talks. We were in there.
Hold on a second. Let me tell you why it matters. Because the Lakers sent a better offer than the Mavericks for Kyrie, and you saw what Joe Tsai did.
Because that was out of pettiness. That was out of pettiness.
That wasn't on the player, though. That wasn't the player. That was on the owner.
Point. That was out of pettiness.
Hold on.
It's still 2 people ain't went yet, y'all.
Real quick, Gerald.
Who ain't go?
Negotiations are a lot easier when a player is selecting his destination. The negotiation
Irving was also
Murray was a lot easier knowing that he wanted Atlanta, right? That's besides the point. Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell had an all NBA season. Can you please tell me what the fuck he did in round 1 against the Knicks?
Yeah.
Same thing he always do.
Please tell me.
Same thing.
What did he do?
Same thing Garga did.
No, Matt,
don't do that. Matt,
what did you watch in games 1 through 4, Matt? Really, what did you watch?
Don't do that.
Wait, let me ask y'all this real quick. Hold on.
I'm sorry. What did he do?
Are y'all consider
He played well 1 through 4.
Point.
He played bad
Everybody talk, fellas.
A point. Are
Go
you
ahead.
trying to say Murray is like a superstar player? I'm trying to see. I don't understand.
No,
Yeah,
man.
I'm just saying somebody put me on.
In the
I've been smoking.
NBA, if you want to acquire all-star level talent,
Right.
it's going to cost a little bit more than what you anticipate.
Point.
Right?
All I was saying is-
But I mean, but
point. All I
the
was
thing
saying
is,
was this. I think we could have got something better. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Than Murray, right? For
Yep.
what we spent. I was only for the trade because I thought that Travis Slink did the trade. So when Travis Slink said it was too much, that's when I started disagreeing on what we paid to get Murray. That's what I'm saying. I thought we could have got something better.
I'm sorry, I don't know
That's why I'm upset with Landry Fields, because they went and did it because Trae Young wanted him.
And point, he's not an all-star point.
He was
He
an all-star.
is an all-star. Don't do that.
He was an all-star.
Hold on a second, Matt, real quick, because I realize that speaking with you, I need to come with facts, right? So let's talk facts.
All right, let's go.
Hold on. Let me let these.
Let Gerald go. Let Gerald. We can't
come back. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Let Ticket go.
Oh, don't worry. I'm here all night, guys. I'm here all night.
Gotta go. Ticket and anybody else.
Go ahead, Gerald.
Mike gotta go.
Gerald and Ticket.
Okay, Ticket and Mike, y'all go ahead, and then we're gonna come back.
All right, so
Me too.
Who?
yeah, Pharaoh.
Me.
I didn't even see Pharaoh. Okay.
I had to leave.
Pharaoh, turn your camera on.
You know he
Mario
ain't gonna stand by that
Super
damn wall.
Thank you, Rashard. You know I got
Pharaoh hiding
Go
from,
ahead, Ticket.
All right, so everybody.
Oh, I'm hiding. Oh, I'm supposed to send him a message tonight too, but
let me mute
I'll
Pharaoh.
get that.
All
Go
right,
ahead, Gerald.
everybody on the roster needs smoke, like Foot said.
Facts.
when you have an organization, you got to have organizational structure. Matt, me and you with our human resource background, that's one of the biggest things that we're taught in our college courses. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Organizational structure.
Matt sounded like he
Um,
didn't want to agree with you on that
yeah,
ticket.
uh-huh. So, but yeah, organizational structure, we don't have that. Number two,
Young Bucks.
going down to the players, the roster. Roster wasn't made right. Nate McMillan's message was falling on deaf ears. Um, Quinn, I guess you got whatever you was gonna get out of Quinn. If I see the same thing out of Quinn what I saw this year, I'm gonna call him a catfish too. But we're gonna see what happens next season. Um, I do like the Sadiq Bay pickup. With DeJounte Murray, I will say this. Did we spend over what he's probably worth? Absolutely. But
Hell yes.
but Greg Anthony, he did say in our defense, when you have mid-market teams, you have no choice but to overpay in order to get those type of players. And when you have players, I like homegrown players that you draft, you have no choice but to overpay them as well because it's so easy to lose them to bigger market teams.
Preach.
So that's why a lot of smaller market teams always get fleeced by bigger market teams because the bigger market teams are always such a it's always such a destination for players to go to. When you have players like Kevin Durant and places like that that solidify legacy wise, he chooses where he wants to go. He doesn't like wake up and the general manager say, "Hey, bro, we just sent you here. Take your ass there on the flight in the morning." That's not that don't work like that.
Well,
Man, we
Just
ain't
because
exactly Kansas City.
Hey, let him finish, man. Let him
I think
finish.
you're wrong, but keep going.
Let him finish.
We
let
ain't
me finish.
exactly Kansas City, Gerald.
Kansas City.
I'm saying you saying how small our market is. We
Man,
ain't
just
Kansas
finish saying what
City.
you're saying. We understand what you're saying.
Keep going, Cancun.
All right. So with what I was saying was mid market, like we're the sixth largest market in the country. However, we're as far as basketball wise, we're nowhere near number 6.
Yeah.
We're like
We're
we're like
nowhere
a
near it.
we're like a mid tier market team when it comes to basketball. Now if you want to talk baseball, like we top 5.
Yeah, we-
That's different. But so yeah, that's like that's the thing with that. You have no choice but to overpay when you're not a big market team because the leverage is not with the team because the team's not desirable. That's just business. But anyway, Capella, I wish he could have finished a lot better this season as far as like around the rim. That's really my only thing with Capella because of what his role is. What his role is, double double. I just wish, he probably could have averaged maybe 4 to 6 more points a game if he finished better at the rim. Okongwu, I think the thing that made is foul trouble. Foul trouble is a big thing with him. Also, the lack of defensive rebounding is his Achilles heel as well. Who am I missing? Bay, I feel like he gave us what we needed. We needed shooting. He gave it to us best as he could. He also was really good at crashing the boards. We also, John, just time for John to go. We've been doing a disservice to him. Hunter, I don't know what the hell we're going to do with Hunter.
We shouldn't do anything.
Move him to the 4.
We certainly got to get better next season.
I think the way Hunter is now, with him being a 4-year college guy, I think he's already set in his ways. I don't think he's going to get any better unless he gets traded to a legit lottery team and he's the number 1 option. That's the only way his numbers are going to like get better. But on a contending team, what we have right now is what you're going to get out of Hunter. Trey really hurt us in a lot of ways this season. Gave us some exciting moments, full of entertainment, but lacked a lot of winning plays throughout the season. Shot us out of a lot of games because he wanted that get back gene. Like you playing at State Farm Arena in the NBA, you're not playing at Rucker Park in New York. And a lot of times, Trey played as if he was in Rucker Park. He had a very big weakness in reading the personality of the game. That was the biggest thing with him. And it's inefficient shooting. You can't be a volume shooter and be super inefficient. That's a recipe for disaster for your team, along with you being a not good point of attack defender. Murray, I catfish. I'll just say that. But it wasn't because of him. It was because of what the media said about him.
Yeah.
No,
The media.
It was him.
It was because of him. I can name you a couple games that you.
If the media said you was getting a supermodel and she didn't walk in as a supermodel, it's on her.
No. I said the media gave him the benefit of the doubt about him being this defensive stopper and all this up. DJ didn't like say these things out of his mouth.
Yes, he did.
Like that.
Yes, he did.
He did.
No, he made general statements. He made general statements.
So he's a liar and a catfish.
Hey, Murray never made an all defensive team, has he?
Yeah,
No,
he did.
He did.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
That was a long time ago.
What was it? When?
Man, come on, bro. What, like
I thought he made
now, bro.
Okay.
That just like to hate, man. Like to exaggerate.
Go ahead, finish ticket. Go ahead, finish. My bad.
He was all NBA second defense.
Go ahead, finish ticket, and then let Mike go so we can open it up, man. So I get in y'all last real quick.
Okay. Do I feel like the season was a failure? I feel like yes. Bottom line, these players are not as good as we thought they were. That's just plain and simple. Talent that we thought they had, that's not. I'm tired of the saying the future is bright. I'm tired of that. I need the present to be bright. I'm tired of the future being bright, bro. That's pretty much all I got.
All right, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as the season being a failure and stuff, man, I really ain't got too much to say on that, man. But as far as the thing for me is the DJ acquisition of quote unquote failure. And all I can say is that this was the first year. I know that them boys, some of y'all like statistics and stuff like that they Trey and DJ combined, that's like basically a historic backcourt throughout the season. So, I mean, it's just going to take some time together. Yes, DJ probably could have been better on defense. He was down. I looked up he down 1 point, down half a steal, and down about 3 assists from, last year at the Spurs, with the Spurs being his career year. DJ, I have to go back and look at the stuff and everything, but I tend to kind of keep up with stuff a little bit. But I think considering where DJ coming from, like I know, for example, like it was a comparison to Jaylen Brown. Like, I've done this with DeAndre Hunter before, breaking it down. But like Jaylen Brown, I recall when he was in high school, the boy was like arguably number 1 in the country. You know what I'm saying? They're talking about him being potentially a number 1 draft pick when he was in high school. So, yeah, it's levels to different people and stuff like that. So, I mean, DJ deserves some credit for even turning himself into the type of player he is, because a lot of people ain't think he'll be averaging 20 points in the season. He just did that 2 back-to-back years. I think that he's still growing offensively, in which is you've been seeing that he's, in a sense, done the last couple of years and stuff like that, man. But again, like I said, he could have been better on defense. He could have been better for us. I mean, we already know the roster was poorly constructed. I agree with Point in a nutshell or whatever. You got to overspend. But one thing I wanted to get to, though, is because I'm really tired of the false narrative, really, about Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, and the market or whatever. So I just want to read this off to y'all guys, man. So 2022, I'm pretty sure it doesn't change too much going into this year. But the small NBA markets, NBA small ones now, I'm start with the bottom, small markets. You got Sacramento, Portland, Charlotte, Indiana, Utah, San Antonio, Milwaukee Bucks, Oklahoma City Thunder, New Orleans Pelicans, and Memphis Grizzlies. All right. I think everybody and your mama will try and tell you that the Atlanta Hawks belong in that category or something like that. But I mean, fact is that we're not. All right, let's read what they call the medium NBA markets. Medium NBA markets is Minnesota Timberwolves, Detroit Pistons, Denver Nuggets, Orlando Magic, Miami Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers. Wow, Atlanta's still not in that category. Now, you go to the top NBA markets. Number one is the New York Knicks. Number two is the Lakers/Clippers of LA, of course. Number three is Chicago. Four is Philadelphia. Five is Dallas. Six is Toronto. Seven, Golden State. Eight is the Atlanta Hawks. We're a top 10 market. We're a top 10 NBA market. So Atlanta in general, like everybody got to stop settling for that. I mean, I get it, but that's part of like the brainwashing, I believe, too. You know what I'm saying? It's like we already don't get enough love. It's helping that, like, okay, Shaq showing us a little love on national TV, doing the thing or whatever. Like that helps build the Hawks brand a little bit because it's kids watching this stuff and everything, and they the future, and they gonna be the future NBA free agents and stuff like that. You feel me? So it already helps that Atlanta got already the culture, and we've been the culture for like, shoot, I mean, really black culture, popular culture for the past multiple decades. You know what I'm saying? Important as a city, but like, yeah, bro, we got to stop that's not true. Like I saw somebody in the stats say we near the bottom of the mark. Facts. No, it's not. That is not true. Atlanta is a top city, so it makes no sense for free agents not necessarily want to come here. I get that it happens, but it doesn't make sense for it to happen. The only reason why it happened is because the media at large, and a lot of us has bought into it, they continue to push the narrative that Atlanta is a small NBA market. I'm like, no, no, it's not. When it comes to sports, Atlanta is huge. I mean, Atlanta is huge in general, even when you start talking to a lot of stuff. I mean, point blank here. I always said if Atlanta had a beach, if Atlanta was next to the water, it'd probably be like the top city in the United States. Because when you look at a lot of other top cities in the United States, a lot of them by water, are they not? They basically by water. So Atlanta doing what it's doing with no big body of water within a close distance in a sense to it or whatever. So yeah, like I said, I just wanted to touch on that a little bit, man. But yeah, I think you give Trey and DJ a little moment, man. Because like I said, man, I don't think anybody a backcourt haven't averaged 20 points and 6+ assists since what they say, Michael Jordan and Scottie, I think.
Yep.
And like, I mean, shoot, that's a pretty good duo, man. You feel me? Yeah. So y'all, I don't know, just chill out a little bit. That's all.
Real quick, Mike, to that point, to your point about markets, right? Can we add, so I agree with you about the media brainwashing, small markets. I agree with that. Can we also add in just the lack of basketball legacy per se with the Atlanta Hawks? Like, we don't have the same kind of cachet as as like a Chicago, as like a Los Angeles, as a New York, whatever the case is. So is it not fair to say,
in like the franchise winning, right? My bad point. You mean as in the franchise actually winning, right?
Right. Yeah. Like as far as that goes. But
because I feel like we get slept on in another aspect. No, that plays a part into it. I say that plays a part into when it comes to our fandom. Everybody trying to say, which is not true either, like we don't have good fans. But to be real quick on this, yes, a lot of those teams won early, a long time ago. The Hawks won franchise win that happened a long time ago, like the Knicks, like the Lakers, like Boston. Even though it was one, it happened in another city. So therefore, natives of Atlanta didn't witness that and not attached to that. So therefore, they not like, oh, we won a championship. I saw it and passed that on to their child. and they child pass that fandom on to the next one. You feel me? Like a lot of stuff is a lot of younger since culture wise are trying to adopt our team. Like even with the Braves, that's really just starting with the 90s. When you talking Cubs, this and that, bro, you talking or Red Sox, you talking way, way, way back historic type stuff. The only thing in the state of Georgia that's like culturally handed down in a sense like that is probably Georgia football. That's really about it. You know what I'm saying? And then Georgia, and you look at the state as a whole, have way more actual natives of Georgia compared to like natives of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the best way I can describe it. If you like really from here and all that type of stuff, like and then it goes to a lot of stuff.
So I think I agree with you. By the way, I agree with you. I think it's a multi-layered thing because me and Matt actually previously before the series started off, you know, we were talking about it because I'm from Boston, so I'm here and I see it. And granted, you know, everybody here talks about like, you know, championships and XYZ. The thing is, though, even for a team as well-oiled as Boston is, you don't hear superstar guys that are itching to go over there. You don't hear that. Like, this is a team that should have been in the running. Paul George, that flopped. AD, that flopped.
Y'all did draft JB and Tatum. Because Boston, I feel like that's why I go when I talk about stuff like if you talking Atlanta and Boston, take sports out of it. I believe if you poll majority people in the United States, well, they probably gonna choose Atlanta over Boston. Like I mean, definitely if you poll NBA players something like that, just to kick it a beat, like yeah, they gonna choose Atlanta over Boston, culture wise, everything. You feel me? So I feel you on that. So yeah, like when we win one, it's definitely a wrap. Like it's gonna be a wrap. But another thing that I want to say we get slept on, and that's part of the media thing. It's not like it got to be blown up more. But those other cities you name, besides Boston, but like I feel like the media and stuff highlight players that's from there too. You know what I'm saying? I think we getting a little bit more of that or whatever, and that's gonna play into things as well. You know what I'm saying? Because we starting to put out way too many. And then too, it's a lot of guys that's from Atlanta back in the day that a lot of people don't even know that's from the Atlanta area. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever and stuff like that. Like Walt Frazier called Knicks games, but he's from Grady Home. Like he's a ATL kid, you feel me? And that's a legend. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of that stuff, like people don't think about Atlanta and Georgia basketball. You know what I'm saying? They just think football automatically or whatever though. So yeah, and it's slept on. I mean, Georgia play all sports. Shit, we do baseball too, like crazy.
I hear that.
So what we gonna do to fix this defense?
Just pick up.
We gotta get some players in here. Defensive
pick
minded.
I can tell you right now.
I want Josh Okogie.
I can tell you right now. The defense. The
Josh
defense.
No, Mike. I'm sick of
it. See, y'all keep talking about players. It's always, you know, it's starting with effort, right? If you look at so maybe
Well, you can have effort.
I think this is player related. Like
I like tonight. I think they gave great effort. They just don't have the talent.
Yeah.
No, man.
No, today it was brain before the talent. I don't think talent really came into position. Into play.
We were effort.
No, effort. I give you that. They showed with the effort, but they lacked consistent smart plays on both ends of the ball or whatever. The talent was there, bro. Like to be real with you, the talent there, like analysts said it the other night, and that's real though, and that's basically what it is. The difference between the championship team and who we are is consistency. Just consistency. You feel me? Consistency and effort and making smart, wise decisions or whatever. Man, that's ultimately what the difference is. The NBA is talented or whatever. Just how the younger you are, the less likely you are to make smart plays. You feel me? Like that's why they talk about experience is good or it's good for a young team to get there. Like tonight, bro, we made dumb plays. Like again, who said it? I think Gerald said it. Trey was acting like he was at Rucker Park. Trey got into the mode a little bit tonight, like he was having a great night in the middle of the season. Like, bro, this is do or die situation. We going home. You got to value every single possession. But I ain't too mad because he's 24. So that's part of the learning curve and the stuff and growing pains we got to go through with them. Despise everything or whatever. That's what I saw that kind of damaged the game tonight. Is moments where we couldn't seize the momentum or we couldn't stop momentum for Boston because we making risky plays. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's the wrong time for that, dog. It's the wrong time right now for that.
Or Mike, you had a missed layup at the rim. Extended the lead
So
to
let me say this. Let me get back to this, right?
It wasn't a wide open layup though, Matt. The way you playing.
Shit.
Yeah, analysts.
$20 million.
Analysts, look at his numbers.
When you see a team,
he's terrible.
When they get after it, which we have done several times, we got after last game. We got after it on defense. When they've shown you several times what they're capable of doing, you already see. Because y'all too quick to want to replace a trade a player. Y'all want to do it real quick, right? It takes time, right? If you look in the league and look at a lot of these good players, they don't get good till like year 3 or 4 or 5 a lot of the time, right? So, and like somebody was saying, as far as I'm like this, as far as draft pick, fuck a draft pick, right? Because my whole point, especially with the squad that we have right now, we need to win now. Our window's going to shrink real quick, right? We need to get some solid pieces. If we're going to do anything, get some solid vets or something in here and push this thing. Because, again, the talent is here. It's the mentality is not here.
Well, but I agree with you in part, but you can have talent, but it cannot work well. It cannot go well together. So we think we have talent, but then
hold on.
You can have talent, but it could not necessarily go well together.
Together with what?
I'm saying as a unit, as a group, as a collective. You can have individually talented players, but together they don't work
what
together.
You're saying, though.
Well, we can use Rob Williams as a perfect example. Rob Williams is how shorter than Clint Capella? 3-4 inches. Like he's like 6'8", 6'9". Why is it that Rob Williams was an impact player for a majority of this season? For a majority of the series, but someone like Clint wasn't though. Even though Clint came into this series, being able to give you the double-double, he had the strong playing game, whatever.
Supposed to be a vet too. Don't leave that point.
He's a veteran as well, right?
We ain't talking about that, man. Let's keep it 100, man. For real. Keep it 100.
He is supposed to be a vet. I didn't lie.
I know, dude, but Matt, for real. Just straight up. Bro.
Did I lie?
We trying to have some good conversation. You still slipping that stuff
family.
in, man. Come on, bro.
He's a vet.
Bro, that's
Tomorrow, let me just say this before I go in this garage, so I forget. Tomorrow, hit me up if you want to do your own personal end of season video. What you think went wrong, how we can fix it. Let me know. You can do your own 10-minute video because I know we'll be having a lot of time up here and whatnot. But I'm gonna tell you this. Quinn, you on the clock, motherfucker.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Go to the garage, Ron. Hey,
get out of here,
I
bro.
still got facts.
Get out of here,
I didn't forget, man.
No, I'm here.
And you better trade who you need to trade.
Let's highlight that.
You better get who you need
I
to
got
get.
the show. Go to the garage, Ron. I got the show.
Hold on, 1 second.
You better get who you need to get, Quinn. Because I don't want to hear no excuses. We giving up 130 points next year, Quinn. I don't want to hear that shit.
That's why I just told Foot we got talent, but it don't work well together.
Yeah, because the coach couldn't make it work.
At the same time, I'm gonna be honest with you, Foot.
Nate could make it work, Lamar. You're right.
So
You know who made it work, analyst? Nate took it to the conference.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Damon, I'm gonna be real with you. Was that defense A1 though? During that entire playoffs? Outside of that Knicks series, was the defense rock solid?
Nope.
Hey,
was the defense rock solid?
And you can credit. And you
did
can
we get to the conference finals? Yes or no?
And you can credit.
You heard Kendrick Perkins. He was the benefactor of
Hold on. Damon.
All I'm telling you is this. Not Foot. All I'm telling you is this point. When Nate took over this shit show, when we was under 500, I don't know what he did. I don't know what he told him.
Did we play the number 1 seed? I mean, did we play the number 2 seed in that
playoff?
Yeah,
we beat the number 1 seed. We beat.
No, I'm talking about in the first round.
That's because Nate didn't go 500 after he took over.
Matt
because
forgot
our
Philly was the number 1 seed. That's why I see. Nice try though, Matt. Yeah, we
we
beat the number 1
we
seed.
went
Matt.
to
Philly
the conference finals
in the finals the
because
year before.
we went to the conference finals because Trey gave us
Thank you.
Trey got hot.
all-star. Hold
Well,
on.
how come
Trey
Trey?
gave us-
Well, how come Trey ain't get hot under Quinn?
Hold on.
Y'all-
Trey gave us all-star level
He didn't
production.
even have
Hey,
DJ.
hey,
did.
Demond. Hey, Demond.
Well,
Our
everybody
deep-
talking,
He didn't
fellas.
even have
Demond.
Everybody
DJ.
talking.
Damon, you stress too much about the coach. At the end of the day, a lot of this is on the players. You look at everything like it's the
Oh,
coach.
hold up, Mikey. Let me update you.
Well,
So you wasn't with us at the beginning of the season.
That's true. I wasn't.
When Matt and analysts and everybody told me it was all Nate's fault. That's
Hold on,
what
hold
they
on.
told me.
You're wrong.
Can I
you're
rebut-
wrong,
can I
you're
rebut
wrong,
that?
wrong.
No,
But
I'm
I,
not rebuting
Mikey,
that.
listen to
Not,
me.
not,
I told them the players are not good.
not,
Well,
They told me it's
Nah.
because of Nate and analysts.
No.
I know
no,
analysts.
wrong,
Watch this.
wrong.
What
Analyst-
about wait?
analyst,
What
I'm gonna ask you
about
a
the team
question,
wasn't
analyst.
good though?
I'm gonna ask you a question. I know you're a Christian man. Thou shalt not tell a lie. Didn't Matt say when we get rid of Nate, we was gonna instantly be better? Yes or no?
We
I
were
don't
better.
even use the word
Oh,
instantly
yes or
like
no?
that.
Yes or
I
no,
don't know if I
analyst?
said instantly.
Yes or no, analyst?
I don't know if I said that.
You said it.
No, you don't.
Right.
Analyst,
At the
Hell
beginning.
no.
You said that.
Hold on,
Matt
wait,
said it?
no.
Yeah, didn't Matt say that, analyst?
He
Analyst,
damn
did I
sure did.
expect Quinn to take over what
Analyst,
he
you
did?
better not lie, analyst.
That's before I
Yeah.
started coming on. I was
Analyst
listening.
tell the whole truth. Did I
Don't
expect
do it,
Quinn to
analyst.
take
Because
over?
hold up, Matt. Because analyst said, because I said, okay, Matt, I'm gonna hold you to that. And the analyst made sure to correct. He said, hold on. I ain't say that. I'm giving Quinn an off season. Remember that, analyst?
Right.
I
So
remember.
that's why I be on the coach ass so much, Mikey, because they was in here telling me it's Nate McMillan's fault. And this is
Demond-
at the beginning of the season.
I said it's so many issues. It's so many issues
Hey,
with the
chat.
team.
I
Chat,
agree.
whoever
Alice.
been in
I
here
think it was
since
We
the
got to get
majority.
rid of Nate.
Whoever been in here since the beginning, no. I was on the play. I said, we done.
Yeah.
We can't play. And Matt and them, no, it's the coach, because if Nate would have did
It was.
this, blah, blah, blah.
Nate was the
That's
problem.
why, look at
He
Mikey.
was the
Mikey,
biggest
look at
problem.
analyst. That's why he laughing. That's why he
listen,
laughing.
all I know is this.
That's why he laughing, Mikey. See, that's why
But
I be on
oh
Quinn.
yo,
Quinn-
Damon, look at Kyle Kuzma's tweet from like an hour and a half ago on Twitter.
Exactly. I just want to say this. Quinn was remarkable coming in. Okay.
Alice, come on, bro. You know what, bro?
He was, but
No,
he
bro,
was.
you on that
Let me tell you
bullshit.
something. Y'all do not understand.
Kuzma
A coach
said that
coming
Quinn was
in
basically remarkable.
61
since he took
games
over.
into the year,
It's
and it's getting
crazy.
recognition. It's
It's-
getting recognition from all over the league.
I don't give a damn who
Quinn
he is. We got a losing
Yeah,
record with him.
You should. You should.
Don't say he was remarkable.
He was
Bullshit.
remarkable. He was
We
remarkable.
got a
We
losing
had-
record.
Kuzma said
we had
his
Boston
high level.
on the road.
He showed us how high level he was. How
Look,
high level
this
he
is-
was. To
oh,
do
yeah,
what he
yeah.
did.
Did
Take
y'all-
what he
did
did.
y'all
I
make
didn't
Joe
know
Mazzulla?
I didn't know Kuzma was such a bad
Hey,
had
man.
a
Did we
IQ.
not?
I'm just
Did we not
He was
continue to
remarkable.
be 500 all
Look,
the way
Kuzma,
No,
throughout
we
the
didn't.
season?
He
Look.
was remarkable.
Kuzma tweeted this. He
What
says
he did in the
Quinn Snyder.
postseason was I mean,
This is what Kuzma said.
What did you wait?
Quinn Snyder showed us how high level he is with how he took over halfway through the season and game plan for this incredible series.
Halfway
Oh,
through the season,
against the team-
halfway
Three
through the
quarters
season.
through the season.
I
Three
want
quarters.
to say about I want to Kuma say about Nate when he took over midway and took it to the
Nothing.
conference
He didn't
No.
say nothing.
We ran-
We ran
Demond,
LP's offense.
Demond, guess what?
It don't matter who offense
DeMond,
we
We
run,
won
Mike.
with
guess
Trey
what?
getting
It
hot.
don't matter.
What y'all,
Yeah.
When they took
Demond,
over,
what
Mike,
Matt, that's true.
Demond,
when
what y'all
Mike-
saying
when
is
they
thank
took
you.
over,
No,
when they
Demond.
took over, we was below
Demond.
You heard
500.
Kendrick. Demond, you heard Kendrick.
Demond.
He
Quinn
got
was
Trey
not
back
mid.
and rolled it to the conference finals.
Pharaoh, you're wrong. By the way, Demond, what y'all seem to fail to realize is y'all keep talking about Nate. Nate was the one that was the lead assistant on the staff. Quinn was never here.
Yep.
And he had to come in, probably never watched the game. And y'all said, what is Quinn fault? Listen, it don't matter who fault it is. The fact of the matter is that he came in, okay, and y'all said
And we were below 500. We was below 500
500
when we got to the playoffs under Quinn.
That's not true, Mike.
If
That's
y'all-
not true,
if
Mike.
y'all- if y'all
The
don't
offense
make-
improved greatly.
They did. It did.
But
Miles
you
better.
just-
Miles.
You
It
just
improved
hold
so
on.
good. It improved
Did
so
it-
good. We
did
was
it-
under
But
500.
my issue is
Our offense
My issue is
improved
yes or no?
greatly because Quinn just simply played the numbers in a nutshell. Throw that hole up there and hope it go in there.
So
There you go.
how come Nate?
There you
How
go,
come
Mike.
Nate
That's
couldn't
what he
do it?
did with the threes,
How
dog.
come-
He just told
No,
us.
oh
to
my
threes,
God,
man.
Because
y'all are
Nate,
crazy.
because Nate,
Y'all
no,
are
listen to me, listen to me,
crazy.
listen to me though. Because Nate saw what can happen with
Nate know
Trey
what he's doing.
when you just let the junk go free for it. I'm telling you, the reason why we lost tonight because y'all don't want to be real about it. The little nigga made stupid decisions. He got too careless with the ball.
It
He
wasn't that Murray
played,
had. It wasn't that
bro,
Murray had 15 points.
bro,
Mike, you wasting
bro,
time, man.
Matt, man, I'm about to
Come
go,
on
man.
now,
I'm about to
come
get
on,
out of here,
Mike, be
man.
real. Come on,
I'll
Mike,
holler
be
at y'all,
real.
man.
Matt about to
Be
get
Nah,
real.
bro,
mad.
because I'm not finna keep
Yo,
going.
Matt, I still got
I'm
facts.
saying, bro, like, come on, the stupid stuff, bro. Like, I gotta go when I feel like I'm about to start getting disrespectful to folks, and I don't want to do that, bro. So that's
He
what I'm
had
saying.
15
Like,
points. Adams, what he had? Pull up his stat sheet.
whatever, bro.
We have.
Matt, bro, for real, straight up, man. Matt, again, like I said earlier, bro. Look, man, love it enough, man, but man, you be on some bullshit, man. Because it sounds like it really sounds like you just be saying stuff just to say it. I'm
Matt
just straight
don't
up.
like.
He
Matt,
had
Matt
50.
don't like.
What am I saying? That's not true. He
Listen,
had 15
hey,
points.
Did you not even
Matt-
hear what Mike was trying to say?
Hey, Foot.
I heard
hey,
what he
Foot.
said earlier.
Hey, Foot, listen. This is what I learned about Matt, man. Trey could do no wrong.
That's not true.
He
That's
could
not
do
true.
no wrong.
Bro, that's all he's been doing all night.
Matt already said he don't care if they play defense.
Demond, I'm recognizing that he didn't die for our sins. He can't walk on water.
Hold
I
up,
mean,
Matt.
the man had no.
Hey,
What man to come
Mike,
and
see
have
what you
50
gonna say,
points?
man.
Matt,
Let's talk about
Matt,
something else.
when Trey
This
had
shit
bad
be
games,
different than Tyron, bro.
we gotta force you to say he
Look,
had a bad game.
let me say, can I say this real quick, Demond? Because it's just basic stuff. I'm gonna show the basic flip flopping craziness you be on, man. You just said when Demond trying to bring up the Eastern Conference Finals run, you said Trey got hot and he carried the team. Is it not more wins and games it take to get to the Eastern Conference Finals than it is to just get out the first round? So that means Trey has enough in him to do it this time around. So what I'm saying, when I come with the stuff I do towards Trey, it's because we pay him $200 million. And I do see that he has the ability to be the greatest point guard of all time. I told y'all 1,000 times, plenty of times again, bro. Jason Kidd was my favorite player of all time, man. I watched that man plenty of times. I guarantee you Jason Kidd does not make them dumbass, risky passes at those certain times, bro. He doesn't do that. He doesn't. Especially down the stretch. I mean, hell, we already know he don't score, but he's still a Hall of Famer and impact the game. I mean, bro, guarantee us buckets, get us buckets. Our team, y'all talking about stops. We got stops. I sat there and watched JC get a block on JB. I watched Double O get a block right before that. And in the midst of that, I see a 3/4 alley-oop pass thrown to doggone DeAndre Hunter, who we never throw oops to. Why? Why risk that when we need a bucket? And then sure enough, JB hit a 3.
Mike, we tried to throw a oop in transition, but just didn't get the ball up high enough.
No, hold on.
Analyst.
Are you serious? Are you serious? No, seriously, bro. Analyst. No, stop this. Analyst, your point guard do that in a crucial moment. This is for the championship, or basically in a sense, this is for us. You in a championship game, you on the sideline, and your point guard tries that pass at that moment. You cannot tell me you're not thinking to yourself bro, we can't value these.
Mike, I got a better point to go off of that because I know we up against the time. Did you see that kind of play happen in Game 5 on the road?
No.
Fuck no.
No, he executed. He executed better.
I wonder what the difference was tonight.
He got caught up. It was the crowd. It was the Atlanta crowd. He got caught up. I mean, let's just say it, bro. Like I know it was early in the game. It was early in that game, but that deep 3D pulled up, bro, out of nowhere, early in the shot clock, just dribble past. Bro, we were up like 6 points. He bricked that, bro. It was like a 9-0 immediately turn and run. Like, I'm just saying, like, you putting your hands on your face. I said it. I live with it. But now it's turning to like I'm all mad and blaming Trey. I don't want to seem that way. I'm just saying, bro, them holes was crucial.
What I'm trying to get y'all to see, what I'm trying to get y'all to see, this man can't. This man, I know y'all want him to,
Matt, stop. No, hell no.
Man,
not
no dude.
today.
Maybe
You ain't
LeBron.
listening, bro.
Maybe LeBron.
Stop,
No dude is capable of scoring. No dude is capable of scoring 40 a night, coming out with 20
What did I
assists,
say?
zero
What did I say
turnovers.
when I gave my analysis
Zero
of tonight?
turnovers. It's
What
not
did I
going to
say?
happen.
I stepped out there and said we made dumbass decisions in the wrong time. Right?
Yep.
Like Mike
Yep.
was saying,
Bad
we did
time.
dumbass shit in
Bad
the wrong time. You
Wrong
know,
time,
Matt on this bullshit talking
Mike,
about
he's trolling.
like
Don't
we
pay
trying to blame
attention
Trey.
to the guy in the comments.
That's only because Matt don't want to put no blame on Trey, man.
None.
No,
Every
it's
time you
not
say
that.
something,
It's not that. But other
This
fans
what Matt
around,
do. Matt
other fans, other people around the country see that the man can't carry the weight of
ain't nobody saying he can carry
the whole game.
Matt, hold up.
He can't do it. He's incapable.
Foot, you said
it's ridiculous.
You said we're acting like we're y'all blaming Trey. Then you say we don't want to give blame to Trey. Listen, what we're saying is that we acknowledge, at least I acknowledge, Matt does too, but listen, you acknowledge, right?
The man not Jesus.
I just like, and I'm gonna respond.
I just listen. What I said was we tried to throw the oop. We didn't get the ball up high enough. As in we, I mean Trey. Trey didn't get the ball up high enough. You got to throw it higher when you're trying to throw over a 6'11" guy.
Time out though. But who was he throwing it to, analyst? Who did he throw it to? Tell me. Who he attempted?
I think it was Hunter JC.
It was DeAndre Hunter. When do we throw DeAndre Hunter? Oops. You throw it higher. You think he's Vince Carter? No. I ain't never seen DeAndre just go get some high and stuff like that. It was a bad attempt.
It was a really smart attempt. It was really.
I know you didn't say that was really
not at that time. Not at that time. Analyst, not at that time with the point and the type of game, analyst. Not at that time. If we up 5 points, 6 points plus, maybe. I'm not tripping, but not at that time. That's all I'm saying, that Trey, as he matures, so I say this because, like I said, I'm trying to not seem like I'm hating on Trey or saying trade Trey or blaming Trey, but as he matures, Trey will learn to make better decisions and understand that he has to value the ball. Even though he can make the magnificent pass, he just got to understand that right now is not the time for me to attempt the magnificent pass. Let me just keep it point blank simple and let's get this bucket and control this game.
So the only thing I'm gonna say,
what they've been talking about, what have been discussion the last couple of days, and what was the discussion? What happened in that Boston game, how Trey played, and what Coach Quinn was talking about? The various thing that Mike is saying, but y'all don't want to talk about that, and nobody's sitting here just crashing out on Trey. What we're saying, you're the point guard, right? Analyst, you know damn better. Don't make me call Phil. You know better. Trey is the point guard. Everything.
Don't make me call your daddy, analyst.
Don't let me call your daddy, analyst. Let me say it like this.
But I'm saying though,
I'm not finished, Matt. I'm not finished.
Okay, go ahead.
Like I was saying,
and hold that point.
Like I was
right here. I'm waiting.
Nobody. He's a $200 million dude, right? He is the leader of the team. He's the face of the team. He has to do better. We're not discounting the stuff he does, especially game around. What we're saying is that he got to mature more and get more consistent. And Quinn and him and Trey's daddy has been talking about that since last 2 days.
And
so we're talking the same thing.
I'm not.
Bro, I ain't finished. We're talking the same thing. Y'all, you sitting here, and the analysts on this thing too. You sitting here like we trashing Trey. No, we're not. We just need him to do better in certain situations, like he did the other game. And like Mike said, he got riled in the crowd, start going outside. What's going to work for the team? Period. So
I have a question for y'all, a general question, okay?
Hold on, analyst. Let Matt respond before Matt about to blow a fuse, man. Go ahead, Matt.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna come join Damon's watch on next season, so y'all can walk me through this because my head is hurting. The man, if I'm not mistaken, because I know I got to pull it up to be precise with the stats, but on my memory, just off the tip of my memory, the man was probably responsible for what 90% of our entire offense the first half. So
Okay.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. Between his points and assists, like 90% of our offense. Okay.
Hold on. He had one assist and a half, right? Time out though. He had one assist and a half, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I thought he had 3. I thought he had 3.
What, assists?
Assists.
He had 25 points. I think it was like 3 assists, and Murray had 7 assists.
So if he had 25 points, 3 assists, that's a total of what? About 31 points? 31 points, 33 points. How many points we had at the half? How many points we had at the half? 35. Come on, bro. 3 assists. The most wait, they hit threes off of each one of them. No, because I remember one of them being an oop to Clint. So it wasn't threes off of each 3 of those assists. Stop doing the exaggeration, bro. How many we scored at half as a team?
68.
68. What's 90% of 68? What's 90% of 68?
40-something, 50.
Like 60.
All I'm saying is Matt just said Trey was 90% of our offense for the first half. 90% of our offense, Matt, for the first half. That's the exaggeration, bro.
I told you. I told you. Hey, listen. When Matt throw a number out real fast off the top of his head, you fat.
What did I say at the
beginning?
beginning?
I told y'all that already.
Yeah, you did.
I told y'all that he be lying.
What did I say? Analysts are
to be fair, Damon.
What did I say at the beginning?
Off the top of my head.
Off the top of my head.
You know he didn't have no damn 90% of the
Okay,
you came in to watch along at halftime. We was talking about
Hey, Damon, hey, what did he say? He talked about what Murray had first half, 0 points, right?
Matt knew that, man. Matt, I told you Matt would throw those numbers.
Did he talk about what Murray had first half?
You got to be on your A game with Matt. Cause Matt to throw numbers, he'll make them things sound.
But that's why you gotta call him out on his exaggerating, bro. Cause he'll just talk like it's just so true, bro.
Hey, Matt, you be like, hey, Matt, what did Trey do? What did Trey score the first quarter? He scored.
What did he do second half?
All right, fine. I'll bring it down. I'll bring it down to 55% of our offense. How about that?
That sounds more realistic, man.
Okay, all right. So I gotta do.
Say 200 million.
From the second half.
I'm gonna tell you this, man.
Hey, what was JB stats? What was JB stats at halftime? I just want to. I'm just saying Trey did what he was supposed to do. I mean, shoot, man. Come on, bro. Is he not the star of the team?
A man not supposed to be responsible for 50% of your damn offense.
Bro, he's the star of the team.
I have a general question for everyone.
Mike, he can't carry. He just carried us last game.
Jimmy Butler
in the first half. I don't see necessarily an issue with that per se in the first half. I mean, I don't.
Ain't do shit.
So hold on. So y'all want to? I guess what I'm explaining to y'all is a guy is not going to play perfect the entire game.
He's so why you go DJ then? Why you was on DJ then?
Hey man,
because DJ had 0 points.
But you got
0.
How many Trey have second half?
Can I clear this up though?
That just fits his narrative.
Hey man,
0.
Can I clear this up?
You shouldn't be bringing him up at all.
Hey, listen, DeJounte.
Don't mention him at all.
Hey, you know what's so funny, Matt? DeJounte had 0 points, 7 assists, 4 rebounds and a half. Right? Trey almost put up that exact same number in the second half, man. He had like 5 points.
Hold on.
He had 5 points.
If a guy carries us,
he almost put up the same stuff.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But if you got to
Trey, dude lying, bro. He's a brute.
No, hold on.
Thank you very much.
If
a guy, and hold on, point. Don't go away, point. I want to hear your conversation. Okay, but if I got a guy who saved me if I got a guy who saved me in game 5, this is Quinn words. If I got a guy who saved me in game 5, is saving me in the whole first half of game 1. At some point, and I told you at halftime, Damon, the dude can't keep up this pace. It's impossible. I don't care if you make $500 million. It's impossible.
I got a question for everyone up here. first thing I want to do is say some of y'all in this chat are freaking ridiculous. Like you, Anthony Paris,
Thank
you're
you.
you're really a
But y'all skipping over Murray's
Hey, they
strengths
trolling you,
performance.
analyst. Analyst,
Get
they
outta
just
here.
trolling you, man.
Anthony.
Don't respond,
Anyways.
bro.
You're
but like Demar, you see that come on some Dinwiddie could pass. Have you
just-
watched
And
the-
foot,
man,
hold
not
on,
just like y'all.
My
and
question.
foot,
My
you the
question.
man,
there
foot,
he
you
is
the
again,
main
bro.
one who say
There he
foot, but you the
Hey,
main
they
one
just
who
having
say it's
fun.
just
Don't
basketball.
pay no attention, man. They just bullshitting, bro.
Ain't that what you say, foot? It's just basketball. So if it's just basketball, Collins showed up, Hunter showed up, Trey showed up, Murray didn't show up.
Trey didn't show up in the second half.
That's the problem.
Hey, what's
DeMar,
Murray's
Okay,
stats?
so
What's Murray's
I
Hold
got a
on, man.
question.
If
Hold on.
Dre and
Hey, real
JC
quick, guys,
showed
real
up, why
quick.
Murray
Hey,
ain't showing up?
real quick,
Flip.
because I'm about to roll, and then
Okay.
analysts gonna run it from here. Once again, if you want to do your own season recap video, just tap in with me anytime. We'll set it up. We'll record it so we can post it on this channel. That way, you can do a little longer than the little 2 or 3 minutes that we had going. You feel me?
Mhm.
I'm out. I'm a holler at y'all, and before I roll out,
You gonna drop the link?
Don't you
Quinn.
say it, Demar.
you on the freaking
Oh
clock.
my.
But
You on the
anyways,
clock, Quinn.
Thank you,
wait,
Jamal.
wait,
Thank you,
Demar,
Jamal. That's
Demar.
what I was trying to get. Me and Black Mike gonna have a conversation when this is over.
I still have.
No, man, because I mean, if it's expectation levels, I'll take that though. But you just said JC showed up and Dre showed up. But
Yeah.
I mean, Dre had
Look at
20
the stats.
points. Dre had 20 points, 1 assist, and 6 rebounds.
Yeah, Dre
Okay,
was good.
kudos.
Mhm.
John Collins had 16 points, 0 assists, and only 4 rebounds. You said he showed up. Okay.
He did.
But 14 points, 11 assists, and 7 rebounds, is you still saying not showing up if you said they showed up?
No, because they both outscored them. 2,
Oh fuck.
they both outscored them.
Bro,
2,
no,
that's
time
not a
out.
fact.
No,
Is that not a
Matt,
fact?
chill, Matt, stop for a second. I gotta break. We can only allow you to talk 1 sentence at a time, and we gotta address it. All right, bro. You just said with Trey when we break it down his half, you included his assist into accounting for points that he accounted for. John Collins had 0 assists, 4 rebounds. DJ out rebounded him from a shooting guard position. Okay, all right. DeAndre Hunter outscored him by 4 points. He got 20 points. I think it was 6 rebounds or so. He got out rebounded as well by a shooting guard, but he only had 1 assist. 1 assist, bro. 1 assist. Right there in the camera. 1 assist. DJ had 11 assists. If that's all 2-pointers, that's 22 points. And I distinctly remember 1 assist off of a steal to Bogey for a 3. So it's really more than 22 points that he accounted for. That's additional to his 14. You did the same math for Trey. So why you can't say 14 points, 11 assists that he accounted for, add those points up and say he accounted for this many points? And then you're going to say DeAndre and JT outperformed him and showed up. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's unfortunate he didn't have a good half, but he still found a way to impact the game in a way, bro. Like, come on, 11 assists.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good. But Mike, the defensive end of the floor. Let's talk about the defensive end of the floor. Dre played good defense tonight.
Yeah.
John Collins played mostly good defense.
No. Address what Mike just said,
John
bro.
Collins. Matt. Hold on. Real quick. No, Matt, that's wrong. That's wrong. JC played excellent defense tonight. When he was guarded by in the second half.
Well, I said good.
When Quinn switched the matchups and put JC on Jaylen Brown,
Mikey,
was pretty much shut down in that second half.
You mean to tell me Quinn did something?
No, Mikey. I said he played good defense.
You said mostly good. He was great.
Yeah, he was mostly good. Yeah,
no, he was great
a couple times
in
the first half.
I have a question for everyone on here. I just think it's I wanted them on to hear, but that's okay. But I don't think you were on at the time, and Mikey, you definitely weren't on at the time. But I do know this.
Here we go.
What is this?
In the regular season,
here we
when
go.
we played a basketball game on television, and Trae Young was missing, and we played good basketball, and we won the game, I mean, it was Trey. We played better without the ball moves, and we need to Trey Young.
I ain't never said that because I was
no.
surprised.
But that's why I excluded you and Mike because y'all weren't on at the time.
Yeah.
You know, I specifically remember at the Denver game, and they were acting like we were going to win a championship with Murray.
I remember that game.
You know,
good Lord.
and then wait a minute. So we go up to Boston, and Trey Young carries us to victory with no Murray. We come back down here, we lose. What's the difference?
Hold on, analyst. He told this dude to be ready for the game. He still showed up shitty.
Tell me what's the difference, y'all.
Besides his passing, Mike.
What do you mean by what's the difference?
Mike,
what's your question?
Everyone,
let him ask his question. Yeah.
Everyone, listen. The question is that majority of you guys made a big deal about how we play so better.
Hold on, no. Call him out.
Mike,
Devon and Gerald. I think.
What's the question?
I think Mike.
What's the question?
It wasn't
you
Mike.
say the question is what?
It was and everyone, basically almost everyone in the chat. The question is when we didn't have Trey at times throughout the season and we won games, y'all kept going on how we played better without Trey, the ball move without Trey, Trey's a ball stopper, this and that and this and that. When we played in Boston, the ball moved, we were under control, we had space, and we won.
But before I forget,
the comes back today.
Time out. We still ain't addressed Mike's question.
Huh?
I know they all ran from that.
One question at a time, bro.
I don't even remember Mike's question.
I bet you don't.
What was his question?
But you avoided my question pretty quickly. But go ahead.
They ran from that.
No, Mike, you brought up his assist.
Matt does what he does best, man. He hears somebody say something, he changed the subject. He go to a whole.
I already accounted for his assist. You asked me about his assist. You asked me about am I including his assist and his 14 points into his evaluation? Yes, I am. I'm including his assist into his 14 points, and he still came up short because on defense he wasn't good, and on offense when we needed him to score, forget the scoring. Let's just talk about his decision making. Y'all talk about Trey being able to decide when to pass versus when to shoot versus when to make the proper pass as a point guard. And hold on, wait. I have this written down. There were key moments in the game, and I'm sure y'all remember if y'all choose to. Y'all can choose not to. It's fine.
You go that bullshit again.
Where there were key times in the game in the fourth quarter in particular where Murray had the ball. Trey passed the ball to Murray at the top of the key.
What's your point, man? Damn.
You gotta let me finish. My point is that Murray makes the same critical mistakes as a point guard with the ball in his hand as a decision maker.
We're not talking about that. Answer his question. Damn.
I just did.
You
didn't hear. You didn't listen. You didn't listen. You didn't listen to what I said.
He wasn't prior to. That's the real honest truth. But now he's going to, I guess, try to include because 22 plus 14 and what? And that's the minimum saying 22. That's assuming it's 2 points off of each hit.
Mike, you are correct. DJ was responsible for those points. I thought I just think is even though he, like you said, he found a way to be effective. I think we needed him to score some points in the
score some fucking points. That's what
but that's the thing, though. But that's the thing, though. Let me say this, though. But that's where y'all golden child blew the game, though. The golden child that y'all have deemed the perfect coach didn't bring certain guys back into the game where things was obviously stagnant and guys not scoring. We had other guys on the team that had things certain going. Again, that's why I talk about getting guys the ball in their strong points. We did it a little bit with DeAndre, you know what I'm saying, though. But how many times have Quinn called up plays, or even I ain't gonna go to Trey because that's too much for y'all, you know, expecting the point guard to necessarily direct stuff, whatever. But how much time did Quinn set something up for DJ to get some little coming off of a good solid pick and screen and receive the ball at the elbow at the mid range to pull up for where he's strong at. Where did we go?
He had plenty of looks.
Man, you're not hearing me, bro. Y'all about to make me frustrated. You say he had plenty of looks, but did he have that look? That's what I'm saying. As a coach, I stop the play and I make sure that somebody gets the ball in a place where they're damn near 100%. Like just think period or whatever. That's what happens. That's what a good coach should do, and that's what smart players should do. They should get their team in a successful play, into a successful setup. Bro, run a pick and roll to get a mismatch. What, man?
Murray got in his spots majority of the time.
No, Alice, you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about from DJ dribbling the ball to get down to that point. I am not saying that. That is not the type of thing I want to see. That's not what we all want to see. In that case, that is effectively isolation basketball. I am not saying that. I am simply saying trade with the ball at the top. You have an action where DJ is off the ball, starting baseline under the goal or something, and it is a screen where it's a simple curl action for him to catch it at the highest as the elbow is the free throw line or lower, for he can turn around and shoot. Not a doggone dribble to happen. You do that when you see that we ain't scored 2 to 3 possessions, or do it for Dre, who is top 5 mid-range shooting. We didn't see that late. We didn't see none of that stuff. My point guard didn't value the possessions to make sure that something got into the action, but he's too young still. He's 24. He'll mature into understanding that and being the true quarterback and knowing, like, okay, this is where we're going to get ourselves. This is where we're going to get to it. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. I really don't know. I mean, looking at JB going to get to his point of strength each and every time. Every time. That's what he's going to try and do.
Preach. That's all we're saying.
But they didn't run any. They ran a 2 sets for Murray.
But JB's the wing. JB's the wing guy, and somebody got to give it to him. That's why I go about the whole point guard situation about scoring and stuff like that. But it's fine though. I ain't tripping about that right now. It's all good. But they are wing guys. So when Brogdon or Smart come down the court and give it to them, they are getting the ball where they are effective at, on the wing, and then they go to work. They the guys who got skills to dribble. No. They got skills to dribble. Our strength is not to dribble. So that's why I drew up the play or walked y'all through the play for DJ, because I don't want no dribble. I want him to receive the ball off the curl and switch.
All right, Mike. What about when they ran? What about when they ran a empty set for Murray to get the ball? Bogey came off of a down screen. He got the ball. He threw it to Murray at the nail. Murray had the ball coming off of a screen at the nail, caught it, dribble, step back.
No, this shit ain't about Murray against Trey. You still
no. Mike said, why don't we call any sets for Murray? And we did. That was a set.
Mike, my point is,
he shouldn't have dribbled if that's the case.
My whole point is that yes, okay, I'm glad you clarify us running plays, but a lot of times when we do, whether we do that or it's ISO,
there's a difference
Murray
between
is
sets
over
and plays.
dribbling inside of the defense to where he has to.
I also want y'all to know that I use DJ as an example of his strength. I also threw in Dre's name into that. So don't focus on DJ.
There's also,
we went to JC a few times that though, but it's a lot of guys who, we could have done a better job getting them their strengths or whatever.
So in that regard, Mike,
hold on, let me say something real quick. Point.
I'll be quiet.
There's also I think we're getting confused too. There's also a difference between sets and plays, right? And we had this conversation offline a couple weeks ago, but it's like within a system, you have certain sets that you run, right? You get into a set. In that set, you have certain plays that you run, and I think people are getting confused which one people are referring to. So I think that's one thing we got to clear up.
Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead,
I'm sorry, you finished, Mikey?
Yeah, I'm finished. And then Point, go ahead after that.
Y'all are overcomplicating this conversation, right? Overcomplicating like a mother, right? What Mike and I are talking about is situational basketball with Quinn.
Yeah.
At those certain times what you shake your head for? And there were certain moments towards the end of the game that the situation with basketball was trash.
Come
It's
on,
not
Foot.
there. Yeah,
Foot,
it's not
come
there.
on.
Let me finish.
Come on.
Y'all talking about running plays
Come on,
and this
stop
and that, and stuff like that. But he gave you an example so y'all can kind of understand what he's trying to say. Because that's what we have to do, right? Go ahead. What, Matt? What?
But if I'm trying to run a play, right, and I ran a play for John Collins, right?
Stop, man. No, stop. Dave, we talking about what we talking about. Put the people in those times, those critical times after the three and after the turn, whatever case may be, when start getting us down. Guess what? Fix that shit. Make it. All he's saying, make adjustments. He gave you an example of adjustments.
I know, but I'm saying, but
hold on. It ain't about one damn player. It ain't about Trey. It ain't about DJ.
I know.
We're talking about make adjustments. That's all he's talking about. Y'all keep adding this extra shit to it.
I agree with that, but
hold on. But let me say, just like he just told me, Chris, what you said is just basketball. That's the fuck what we talking about. Basketball, man. Y'all really.
At the same time, Matt, the thing that you gotta like really understand in regards to the Trey criticism is that, look, you can say what you want about Murray and in that first half offensively, he had a ton of looks and they weren't falling. But let's be quite real with you though. Like, he ended the game with 14 points in the second half. Okay. He did give you the assists, he did give you the rebounds. Was he turning the rock over like Trey was? And like, let's be real here. Look at some of those Trey Young turnovers. Within the first minute of the game, he tossed the ball over. To start the second half, he turned it over. Right? How many 30-foot transition passes was he trying to do that Rob Williams just deflected out of bounds? How many of those passes were forced passes? How many of those alley-oops were like ill-advised alley-oops? That stuff matters, bro.
No, point. That's true. Both things it's not binary. Both things can be true. Yes, he made some bad decisions in critical moments, but at the same time, and I say this all the time, and he talks about this himself. A lot of the times, and you could call it immaturity. Sure, I'm sure some people are going to say it. He talks when I hold the ball and I'm waiting for something to get going. And if I don't see nothing, I got to try to make something happen. Now, you could say he needs to grow out of that or whatever. They need a new coach or need a new system, blah, 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 whatever. But, yes, did he force some things? That's true. But Murray, as the point guard, right, as the other point guard or the other ball handler on the floor, he may not throw the ball out of bounds, right? But at the same time, if Trey gets the rebound and Trey gives the ball to Murray and Murray brings the ball up the court and the ball is isolated on one side of the floor and he's playing hot potato with Hunter in the corner, right? And Murray gets the ball back or he throws it to Hunter with 6 seconds on the clock and they throw something up at the rim. Technically, that's not a turnover, but to me, it's a turnover because it was a nothing possession that went nowhere in a bad shot.
Who's the turnover on?
No, I just said it's not technically a turnover.
Well, you said,
but to me, it's a turnover.
Who you blaming?
Huh?
Who are you blaming?
I'm blaming Murray in that particular situation and Quinn.
Are you blaming Murray because he get the ball to Hunter with 6 seconds on the clock left?
Because he dribbled the other 14.
Six seconds. I don't care about you. He had 6 seconds on the clock.
What do you mean you don't care?
He got 6 seconds on the clock, right? So he didn't give it to him with 2 seconds. 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000.
But the dribbling, but the Murray dribble.
No, you got to listen. I just counted out 6 seconds. You trying to tell me?
But if the defense,
you trying to tell me that those 6 seconds wasn't enough?
No, if I'm dribbling and want Murray,
so Matt, real quick,
and I can pull it up where Murray dribble at the top of the key for 14, 13.
I got a
So hold on, real quick, because I don't want to get away from the point. I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with you with the hot potato. It doesn't do anything, but this is where you need to hold Quinn accountable. When you see your guys ending up in those kinds of situations, which happened a lot in the fourth quarter, that's when you now have a different plan to now combat that. Once again, let's use Game 5 as a perfect example. Did you see that happen in Game 5?
Hell no.
Mind you, Matt, let's be clear here. At one point in the
wonder
fourth
why.
quarter, we
There
were
we go.
down.
What you call me up here for, analyst?
We were down almost
I'm
20.
gonna deal with you off.
We were down almost 20. But did you see that kind of stagnation?
But
you didn't.
I think the difference.
The floor was more spaced. I thought
that is true. That is.
But again, analysts. Hold on a second, analyst.
Saying,
you're not gonna casually say that, but not look at the other point of that. Why was it so spaced? That's coaching.
No, you're wrong. It's not. It has no.
Eddie Wright pointed it out for you, analyst.
Hold on. How's he wrong, analyst? How's he wrong, analyst?
Because listen, you're going around it, okay? The floor was more spaced because you didn't have a second point guard who, and this, by the way, I blame the front office for this because they didn't think this through. You got 2 point guards on the court, but one is a volume shooter and the other one is not a knockdown shooter, and they're both wanting the ball, hogging the ball. One got to get the ball at the mid range, one got to get into the mid range. Listen,
dude, we're not talking about how we got to this point.
No,
that is crazy.
But I don't understand, bro. You sound like Matt right now. You just jobbed over.
Two things can be true. You can blame one of them. You don't have to put the other one up.
Listen, y'all are not.
I mentioned Quinn. I said Quinn got to do a better job.
I'm trying to listen to what Ella said. Go ahead.
Y'all are sitting here talking about coaching and Quinn and all this stuff. Listen, you're failing to bring up that when Trae Young is the point guard and he has a shooter next to him in the backcourt, the floor is naturally more spaced. Okay, you can run different things because you don't everything doesn't have to be going towards the basket. Everything is not tighter within the lane. You don't have to be particular.
All right,
where Trae is not involved in one play.
I agree with that.
I mean, y'all don't want to look at it, but it's the truth.
But no. But this is what you're basing that off of. No, but listen, hold on. I got some real simple point. I'm gonna be quick. Point is real simple. All of this is based off of literally Game 5 right now. What you're talking about. How many games did we win this series, y'all? What analysts talking about it is how many games did we win this series? 2.
Right.
Did DJ sit in both games?
No. The question was about.
No, it wasn't no question. You made a statement. You saying that we won. You saying that we won because the court was more space for having a shooter, for having a knockdown shooter and Bogey on the court with Trae. It was more spread. But if we go back to Game 3 though. If we go back to Game 3, even as quote unquote the case, number one, we know we won the game and DJ played and he closed it out. So we know we can win and beat them with DJ in the backcourt. It happened. Number 2 is that I distinctively remember DJ hitting big threes in Game 3 down the stretch to win the game. To help win the game. Like, come on.
So both of you, let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this.
No,
both
of
you are right.
No.
Hold on.
It was your statement, bro. You made a statement because I asked you what he's saying.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick.
Game 5 to this game. That was the question.
Both of y'all are right. In analysts, or both of you are wrong and right at the same time. What analysts is saying that's true is yes, Trae, when they're spacing on the floor, gets a lot more room to get the shots that he wants, where he wants to go. Right, but hold on.
Once again.
Let me go.
Going away from the original conversation, right?
Okay, so maybe you don't remember.
But you keep going. That's not what we're talking about.
But it's not
Bogey. You asked me what was the difference between Game 5 and this game.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Pharaoh back. He ain't had a chance to talk.
Y'all are very confused with where I was going.
I'm summing this all up.
Yeah, they are.
Spinning narrative based on who you like.
Let me just say this very clearly.
You were going with the blame Quinn.
The original.
I didn't blame.
I'm gonna hold Quinn accountable when I know that he's able to do something. When he's shown that he can do something better, and I don't see that. For example, you saw a game plan that Quinn did not shy away from in Game 5. Is that accurate? Yes or no? Did we see a game plan? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did we see
Murray
a
or
game
not?
plan?
Well, we
Yeah.
saw the original one and then he adjusted. Yes.
Oh, I hear that, analyst. Thank you for adding the context that I didn't need. But thank you.
Well,
Right?
you
The
needed
point
it.
is this: at the
Keep
end
going.
of the day, right? Because don't worry, I'm gonna get to your point in the end. At the end of the day, if I know that Quinn can draft up a game plan on the road, right, where the environment is much more hostile, you don't have your quote unquote second best player and all of that, right? And then I see you come up with some nonsense tonight, I'm gonna hold you accountable for that.
Nonsense.
But point.
So hold on. Here's why it's nonsense. DeJounte Murray had 0 points going into halftime. How many minutes did he play?
That's his fault.
No, how many minutes did DeJounte Murray play in the first half?
Wasn't it 17, something like that? Some closer?
Are you telling me that as a head coach?
I thought it was 18, yeah.
Hold on 1 second. You played 18 minutes out of a possible 24, right? You're telling me as a head coach, this is win or go home. You realize that this guy's cold. He's coming off of a suspension. You're not going to sit him for a couple minutes, get another guy in and see if you can shake things up? Are you telling me that you didn't, using the same point that
he sat him down. He sat him down.
same point
He
that you
sat him
just
down.
made?
He sat
You're
him
telling
down.
me that, you know
He
what?
sat him down.
Usually I would bring in Bogey a little bit later. I'm going to bring him in a little bit earlier. You're telling me he couldn't make that adjustment?
He sat him down. Okay.
Well, hold on, point. So two things. One,
you act like he played the whole first half. Listen, he
Point,
sat him
two
down.
things.
He
Hold
sat
on,
him
point,
down.
point, two things.
He
Point
sat him
one.
down.
Hold on, analyst. One. So the original point about the game, I agree with you. Quinn should have made better adjustments.
Like it was in the
Quinn should
game
have made better
plan for Murray
adjustments to the
to
game
score
plan.
20 points in the first
But
half, and he
it is
wasn't scoring
worth
it, so he had to adjust.
it is worth pointing. Now you
That's
brought
not
up
part of the game
game.
plan. That has nothing to do with
You
it.
brought up game 4, right? No, game 3. Was that game 3?
You talking about me or Mike?
No, I think Mike brought up game 3.
Mike brought up game 3. I brought up game 5.
All right. So it's tied to the game plan. So yes, Quinn could have done a better job on adjustments.
But
But if you go back and watch game 3, I won't say outside of attacking the rim, I won't say we had a really concrete game plan in the fourth quarter. To me, it was just we hit shots. Like we hit shots we didn't hit today. And we don't normally, like Murray. How many times is Murray going to hit, a shot like that in the contested 3 in a corner like that over a closeout over Derek White? Like the shots we hit were like, I think DeAndre Henry in game 3. The shots that we hit that game is not something that you can. It's not something that you can depend on every single game as far as like a distinct something that you can go to all the time. We just hit a lot of hard, tough shots in game 3. Game 5 when we won. To analyst's point, the floor was better spaced because we had better shooting personnel around Trey, so he could make a game plan where he emphasized 1, shooting, 2, attacking the ball because there were angles because you had greater spacing. Tonight, why he couldn't do that was because the floor with Murray is compacted. He made a mistake by putting Capella back in the game as well. So the floor is
you're wrong about game 3 though. You're wrong about game 3. It wasn't because it wasn't no just we took and made tough shots. That's not what happened. They literally made it adjustment. I'm talking like Jesus, bro. I'm about to tell you. All right. Okay. What happened is that they made the adjustments in the second half to literally get Al Horford switched out onto the ball handlers. We did a whole lot more pick and roll in the second half of game 3. Trey got Al Horford isoed onto him a lot more, and he was able to attack. Why? Because I told y'all plenty of times, Trey ain't got the best of dribbles. That's why Mikey says at the beginning when we came on here, he wants Trey to kind of work on them a little bit, though, because Trey can't consistently beat Marcus Smart and Derek White off the dribble. And then if he ain't getting a foul call, I was telling y'all that after game 1 and game 2, he can't just drive against them because when he don't get the foul, it's a turnover. And Trey ain't the type to put his head down and sprint down the court and make sure he stopped the ball. So it just hurts us. So what we did, it just happened later. And I don't know why it came later because I remember being at that game and myself yelling in the first half to attack Al Horford. That was the adjustment that was made. Trey, go back and look at all those type points where Trey was attacking, breaking down their defense and stuff. It was because Al Horford was having to play that pick and roll. and Trey was making it work. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. No, stop. Listen to me. I'm finna say something simple again, bro. The basketball court, as far as dimensions and size, I don't care if it is modern basketball right now, and y'all love that playing a certain way. The court has not changed, doggone it. The size of the court has not changed. So I'm tired of hearing that crap, man. If you play basketball, play as a team and play smart, bro, you got the space. It's 5-on-5 regardless. It's the same court. The 3-point line, the same distance. I mean, they added one years and years and years ago, but the court from baseline to baseline, sideline to sideline is the same. It ain't smaller. They didn't make the court smaller in 2015, so now you got to space the court more. It's the same doggone size, bro. It is. It's ways to still have your space.
So you're telling me having the floor with shooters versus having the floor without shooters, the floor spacing is going to be the same? Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that, Matt. This is what you love to do. This is what you love to do. I didn't say that. I didn't venture into that. What I'm saying is that ain't even that to me. That's not a win-loss type thing with us because we literally won 2 games against them both ways. We won 1 game the way y'all saying. I'm not knocking that. You're right. Yeah, it can help Trey a lot. That would be beneficial. Hopefully DJ comes back shooting a lot better though. But at the same time though, DJ helped in his ways. We won with DJ against him. The way
Matt,
he is, being in the court with him.
Hold on, real quick, Mike. Matt, did the Celtics close the game with a bunch of shooters on the floor?
No, they went right? Small. No,
they didn't. Right? They had Al Horford, Rob Williams, and their players. Right? You saw Derek White miss how many threes? You saw, granted, Marcus Smart hit a couple cool. How many threes did he miss? How many threes did Jaylen Brown miss before the first one? Right? The reality of the matter is, and this is what my thing is, and I'm not even going to kill Quinn on it, right? Because it is what it is. It's a one-game thing. It's cool. But don't tell me, like, what we're not going to do is use DJ and maybe his inability to be a spot-up catch-and-shoot 40% shooter. What we're not going to do is use that inability, right, to scapegoat him from holding other people accountable at a more basic micro level. Like, at the end of the day, like Mike was pointing out earlier, Trey, it's important that you take care of possessions, that you hold on to the ball.
I just used a framework that was used earlier in the season. That's all I did. That's why I brought up the question. I used a framework that was used earlier in the season because, listen, when it was the other way around, it was the same thing. And now that it's listen, I never agreed with the framework.
Can I talk up that there, Alex? I keep it real with you. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm not gonna. I'm gonna talk about that analyst for you. All right. The reason why that angle still kind of stand there for me, even though I'm not gonna sit here and say I want to trade Trey. I'm not gonna say that. But if you had DJ at point and say you had a Jaylen Brown type or somebody that way at the 2, I do believe that we would technically be better. Why? Because you put DJ at point. Yes, I believe that his defense, A, will look a little bit better, but also, 2, B, it's just certain things that he's not going to do or attempt at certain times that's going to take care of the ball. It's certain things that Trey does that kind of mess things up, bro. Like say, for example, when he drove to the bucket, okay, I understand you might need to get a foul and everything like that, though, but after you do, like, count how many times when Trey drives to the bucket and doesn't score or don't get a foul, how many times the other team scores. I'm willing to venture and say that it's like 90% of the time, bro, the other team scores when that happens. Why? Because Trey does not run back.
Too, you are in a game 6 at home. You just had an emotional victory, right? Look at, like, just the way that he was, like, that stupid little behind. He was trying to do a little behind the back, behind Jason Tatum. Like, what the fuck is that? What are we doing here?
So I think
we don't need that.
Quinn called the timeout. I think that's when Quinn called the timeout after that. I think that was the play.
And you know what's funny about that too? Jason Tatum was so cold. The moment he got those transition baskets, he immediately got back in rhythm.
And this is not a blame Trey session.
This is not at all.
But I think it's important. I think it's Mike.
No, man, it's not. Hold on. Hey, let's get Pharaoh on. Pharaoh ain't saying shit.
You want me to say? I think when people say DJ do something better than Trey, or at times do something better than Trey, they run with it and be like, Trey trash, Trey. He ain't good as DJ. Everybody know Trey better than DJ. DJ may just do certain things better than him. That's all. That don't mean Trey is trash.
No, that is cool.
No, that's what you don't do. That's why you be like, Murray's this bad and this bad. Okay, yes, he played like shit tonight.
Yeah.
But okay, Pharaoh,
the reason why when
he played well in games 1 through 4.
Mike say that a lot. Like say like Trey. I mean, DJ is a better.
Okay, well, Trey was awful in some of them games too.
He's better down. Like he's better with the ball in his hands as a natural point guard than Trey. And my thing is, yes, Trey has to. He has the more noticeable. He has the more noticeable turnovers.
I'm just speaking facts.
No,
he has the more noticeable turnovers.
I also said you got mad when I said Quinn was mid.
Murray has the same bad decision making. It's just not. It don't look. I guess Trey's turnovers is more spectacular than Murray's.
No, Matt. Put it like this. Put it like this, Matt. Put it like this. Put it like this. Because no. Let me say this. No. He's saying it's more spectacular, but this is what it is in a nutshell. Because when I'm playing ball and with my teammates, or even when I'm coaching, I don't care about a turnover. I don't care about a missed shot. I don't care about your pass getting stolen. I don't care about you getting ripped. I don't care about your shot getting blocked. Like I said, I don't care if you turn the ball over. What I care about is the fact that you do not get back on defense. Because what makes that turnover official, in my opinion, is the fact that the team scores right after it. So again,
That's true.
turnovers for Trey. What's a turnover added to Trey's regular turnover, just throwing the ball away, is when he drives to the hole and doesn't get a foul call and he misses it. Now there's a breakdown completely in just basketball. I've talked about that with y'all about that before too. I need him as a point guard to be picky and understanding that. Game 3, we did it. Get the right switch out on you. Do the right picks and rolls, which he did a couple times tonight. Get Al switched on you. Attack him right away. Get him beat to the rim to break stuff down. Not force things against White or Smart necessarily going to the rim. Like, it's just like, bro, I'm telling you, DJ, yes, he will turn the ball over, but when DJ turns the ball over, bro, literally, if not every single time, that man puts his head down and run back. And a lot of the times, he gets a steal right after he just turned it over. Hell, he did it tonight. He turned the ball over, got the steal right away, and gave it to Bogey for a 3, bro. I know you remember that, Matt.
I just got a question.
I've seen, but again, like I said, we make certain things significant. We make other things insignificant. So in the fourth quarter, right?
Bro, that's you.
Yes,
doing
he did
that.
that. He did that. And no. Hold on, wait, foot. He did that in the first half. He did, right? But in the fourth quarter, like I said a minute ago, in the fourth quarter, Trey passed him the ball. I think Trey had a bad turnover. He passed Murray the ball. Murray brought the ball. Murray brought the ball up the court. Murray brought the ball up the court.
This is just getting annoying as hell.
I'm distinguishing for Mike and point.
No, you're not, Matt. What you doing? You
kicking out one play on him.
Matt.
Okay, both of them did.
Bump all that. I just got a question for you. In a 5-game basketball series in the playoffs, you give me 23 points per game, 5 rebounds, 7 assists. You shoot 43% field goal, 28% from 3. Is that acceptable in your eyes? Is that acceptable?
Simple question.
I would say
yes or
no?
No.
Everybody or just
real quick, I'm gonna add just adding some context. You give me 19 turnovers and you give me 36 assists.
What was the
for me? For me, point. I'm gonna say no.
That's unacceptable, right?
For what where they slide? Are they 1, 2, 3? That matters. That does matter.
That he on his bullshit.
No, that matters.
Matt, is it acceptable?
Yes or no? Yes, no question.
Is it acceptable?
No.
No, I believe
yes or no. Yes or no. Damn.
Hey, I gotta address Eddie after
for me, no.
So that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable, right? You give me 25 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 45% field goal, 39% from 3. In a 5
He said
game.
39. He said 29 before. 39.
It was 25. Both of them at 25.
Okay.
Is that acceptable in your eyes? You give me 9 turnovers and 23 assists. Is that acceptable in a playoff series?
Possibly, I can work with that.
No, that's a yes or no question, man. Oh, analyst, is that acceptable for you, analyst?
Is that
I mean, because y'all just saying numbers. Y'all saying numbers
You
without
want to
context.
know who it is. That's what it is.
No, you're saying
acceptable?
numbers without context.
I'm just asking, is
What's
that
the question?
acceptable in a
But the
vacuum?
but point context
Question?
matters.
In a vacuum, is it acceptable? That's all I ask. That's all.
Okay, so the question was,
Bro, the context is playoffs, man. He just
It's
told you how
playoff
many
basketball.
games.
it's
Context is you want to know who
Real
did.
quick. Hang on a second. The first guy.
You right, Pharaoh.
You remember those stats? The first guy. You remember those stats in the first guy? You get 104 shot attempts. The second guy, you get 90 shot attempts.
Mm-hmm.
That's all the context I'm gonna give you.
Is
Player
it
number
acceptable?
one.
Yes or no?
So player number one.
You're trying to figure if it's
Matt,
who's-
player
which
number
one is
one.
true.
You said it was unacceptable.
I already know who. I already know who it is.
No, that's fine.
Yes,
That's cool. That's cool. So you know the first guy was Donovan Mitchell, correct?
Mm-hmm.
No, you didn't. But go ahead.
Did you be real? Did you know it was Donovan Mitchell or not?
No.
You didn't know it was Donovan Mitchell, right?
No.
You know the second guy is DeJounte Murray, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, given that context, and granted, they didn't add in Game 6 tonight. I'm sure those numbers will look different. Given that context, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you were a Cavs fan, would you give Donovan Mitchell the same pressure and criticism as you're giving DeJounte Murray tonight?
I'll give him more.
Okay. So
more.
Since
he's the number one option.
Hold on. So since you are not a Cavs fan,
mm-hmm.
right? Going back to the point that I made as well about draft picks and all of that stuff. This is the guy. He's supposed to be a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
Was that acceptable from Donovan Mitchell?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
Okay, that's fair. But you just said to me that you're cool with Murray's numbers, right?
Yep,
yes. Point, but that's why I said point. That's why I said context matters because
ain't no fucking context.
It does. It point. Here's why. Point. Here's why. Point. Because if
Matt, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even want to hear it. I don't even say it. I'm just straight up, man.
It matters.
It don't matter to me.
It don't matter to me.
It don't matter to me. I don't even want to hear it.
If the defense,
I don't want to hear that bullshit.
If the defense is loaded up and game planning against you for the first scenario, and you give it,
I don't care.
So all I'm gonna say is this.
This
right?
shit is just dragging.
All I'm gonna say is this. At the same time, right? When you speak about shooting and scores, whatever, I just gave you a guy who's probably going to be second team All NBA. He has an argument to be first team, right? He got a real argument, right? He was a 4 seed and was a force, but came up so small against the Knicks. Mind you, let's not act like the Knicks, granted they're playing well, good for them. Let's not act like they got a team full of lockdown defenders. They don't.
I mean, they do got his crib tonight, but keep going.
At the guard position, they do got good defenders at the guard position, though.
I mean, Jalen, I'm gonna be real with you. As special as Jalen Brunson is, he is a liability.
He's shut down all the time.
Let's be real.
Hey man, I don't know about all that. I didn't watch the Knicks and Cavs a lot, but I watched one game where Donovan Mitchell took 8 shots. It was a little ball hoggish in my opinion, but all 8 of those shots, it wasn't a hand necessarily in his face. He would get clean look, and I'm
gonna keep it a buck, right? And I wish that DeMond was still here, because when you talk about paying the price, and this is why I wanted to save that point, right? Costing this and this. This is a dude that costs you 5 first-round picks, and mind you, every single player outside of Colin Sexton that you sent over to Utah got way better.
But point, you have to keep in mind, point that there's a history of Donovan Mitchell, right? So Donovan Mitchell has a history. I think his playoff career average is what, 25 a game, 24.
What? Yeah, he averaged 25.
Hold on. Matt, do you want more
That's
facts?
fine.
Hold on.
That's
Matt, do
DJ
you want more
advocating.
facts? Yes or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want more facts?
Go ahead.
Hey man, I want
Again,
to
I'm going
address
to ask
something.
you if this is acceptable in your eyes.
Hey, Mike had asked to address something in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead. Because I got more
Before I
facts.
forget real quick.
Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
because
You know I like
because
facts.
Yeah, go ahead.
Eddie don't get why I say those dribble drives, those failed drive attempts are turnovers by Trey. So I gotta break down, I guess, basketball and help people understand fundamental basketball. You
I
know,
thought you
y'all
just
think about
explained it. He didn't get it.
what?
No, Mike, Mike
He didn't,
didn't respond.
he didn't
Go ahead.
understand it. I thought you just explained it.
No, I'm about to. I don't think I explained like it per se necessarily. I might have just said it on surface level, but I gotta break it down all the way because people talk about spacing and y'all only think about the offensive end though. But all right, on defense is the same thing to an extent as balance of the floor goes and everything. You want to keep it balanced. The reason why teams score most of the time when that happens because it's instant numbers their way against us. Because even if Trey semi have somebody beat or whatever, he doesn't run back with the guard that was guarding him or whatever. It's usually probably 4 on 2, 4 on 3, maybe even 5 on that. What I'm saying is that when Trey does that, majority of the time, where is your center? Especially if it's Clint. Where's your center? Where is he, guys? Y'all let me know. Where is he on offense? Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Y'all gonna tell me where he at? Where he at? He under the rim. Okay. Then where's your power forward? Where's your power forward usually at that time?
On the wing or in the corner.
Wing or in the corner. Usually in the corner or something like that, right, Pharaoh? All right. Your center already usually in the paint. Trey just drove and got to the paint. Now, mind you, we all know that he ain't gonna run back. So what is that now? The court is instantly unbalanced. And you got 3 people. You got your 2 bigs. You got your center who always have to run from rim to rim. Has to do the hardest thing out of any and everybody. Got to run the most, basically, because he's going to have to go from rim to rim. John Collins is in the corner, so he got to sprint from the corner. And then you got Trey not getting back. It's just instant unbalanced, Eddie. So that's why, okay? Now, fundamentally speaking or whatever, when he does, the rotation and things got to be a lot better and that where things got to come. But all that got to be on one accord, and we ain't on one accord like that. Trey makes his attack. Clint following them to the basket. That's 2 people already right there in the paint and under the rim. You miss, you fail that. It's instantly going the other way, ball being pushed the other way. And like I said, you got one that's not sprinting, and then you got Clint is your big, normally going to be your slowest person anyway. And your 4 is running from the corner. I mean, come on, guys. It's just basic. It's just basic. So when it comes to being playoff basketball and a do or die situation, I need my point guard, DJ or Trey, to be aware of that. But like I said, with DJ, he's more prone to make sure he's getting back to help stop the ball. And then as well, a benefit to DJ not necessarily fully attacking, even though I see all the negatives. I agree with it, y'all. I see all the negatives. I really do. But a benefit of DJ sometimes not all the way attacking and it's just in the middle of the paint pull up doing it is because it keeps the balance going back the other way. He's not necessarily coming from out of bounds, under the rim, falling on the ground or something like that, and then now I got to get up and try and run all the way back. So it does help a little bit being a little more under control a bit. So again, like I said, balance has to be kept in mind.
So, Mike, would you say that also the balance is also disrupted when you have a power forward who you throw it to in the paint and he turns around and can't?
Say it again. I was reading. Finish your comment. Say start over. My bad, bro.
When you throw the ball in the post, in the mid post or the low post, particularly the low post, to to a power forward and he can't back down a guard. And then
man, I really ain't trying to hear no JC slander tonight.
And he falls on the ground with the ball. And
bro, what is JC's shoot percentage in the paint?
Like you said, put that's extra. I don't care about that stuff. I'm talking about play.
I
don't care what his shooting percentage is. I'm talking about when he turns the ball over and he falls on the ground. It's the defense unbalanced from that play as well, Mike.
Well,
Yes,
hold on.
Mike, yes or no?
Time out. Hold on. My bad. Say the last part again. Say the last part real quick.
So when the power forward falls on the ball, when the power forward falls on the ground with the ball, and they take it from him, and they're going off in transition, and he's still on the ground picking himself up, it's the defense also imbalanced coming back down the floor.
Not as much, but yeah. Because he's on the ground. He got to get his butt up. I mean, you looking at that's the truth. Not as much. I counted the players out for you when it happens with the point guard. That's the way it goes, bro.
So when the power forward's on the ground and the defense,
Listen, Finisher brought it up. He's saying that, but it's up to the wing players to get back initially to stop the initial fast break wave. If they can do it in those first 3 seconds, the player who missed the shot can get back. Okay, it's 5 people on the court. The situation I gave you, it leaves us 3 people behind. So that's 2 people that's there to stop the initial break. But that's a 3-on-2 break. It's instant numbers, guys. That's what I'm saying. It's instant numbers. And any professional team, not even any decent basketball coach team on a 3-on-2 break supposed to score. Analyst, you coach. But you coach. If your team do not score on a 3-on-2 break, will you be upset or not?
Damn, Skippy.
Will you be upset, Adam?
Because Mike, that's
exactly.
one, right? 2, if I got a guy who attacks the ball attacks the rim from the wing position, and he tries to drive it and he can't finish over length, and he just throws it up, right? And he's out of bounds now because it wasn't going in when he shot it.
Hey man, just call the name. Just say the name, bro. Just say the names. If I got call
DeAndre
Hunter. DeAndre Hunter, right? And the guy falling on the ground, John Collins, right? And I got Murray, right? Like I said, isolating the ball on one side of the floor where it doesn't move, and I'm playing hot potato on one side of the floor, and I take an off-balance jump shot at the top of the key that don't go in. But Mike, I'm making a point that everybody makes the same mistakes. Everybody.
But what I'm telling you, Matt, though, is that the way. But I'm saying though, but the way the game in a sense is designed or whatever, bro, it's a lot more detrimental when it comes from that way again, bro. It's just simple as that. It's just a lot more detrimental. I have to show you better than I can speak you through it though. But again, that's why I go back to is the reason why your shooting guard or your small forward or maybe your post players are usually your leading scorers. Okay. Because even to begin with, they're starting closer to the goal. Now, Finisher said, do I want my guards to attack? I'm not saying guards don't attack, but basic basketball is that you have to be, that's what I'm saying, Trey and DJ have to be on the same page with the entire team. This has to be coaching from Quinn, but Quinn obviously not a defensive coach or something like that either, though. Because soon as Trey does make that happen or whatever, in my opinion, it doesn't need to be definitely no 2 people still in the corner. It need to be people rotating to the top already anyway. That needs to be happen, but that doesn't happen because what of our offensive system is leave folks in the corner. So that's going to leave you imbalanced too. When Trey doesn't get his foul call or something like that. And like I said, he compounds it by not getting back. It wouldn't be as bad if Trey got back with it. It wouldn't be as bad, but that hurt. When people drive, it needs to be a full rotation of players rotating to the top. That being other guys. It doesn't need to be basically 3 people below the free throw line in that situation. In my opinion, it doesn't need to be that. Oftentimes, we might have more than 3 people below the free throw line in that situation. So the numbers are going the other way.
No, I agree. I agree with you, Mike. I'm just pointing out that there's other instances where it's the same imbalance that you saw, or even worse, when I got a point guard at the top of the key going for a steal that he never gets, and then they reverse the ball, and now they're playing 3-on-2, and it's just an alley-oop at the rim over and over again.
How many steals he go for, man?
We just went to something
tonight.
We're talking about the transition situation. You just went to something else. So you want to go to people going for
I'm explaining to you the multitude of ways that the floor could be unbalanced defensively to give up points.
Well,
it's a multitude.
But the thing is, though, Matt, you talking about a half-court situation now. I'm talking about the offense that leads to transition, that basically leads to giving them points. So when we talking about we can't keep Boston under 130 points each time we lost. What I'm saying, what plays a part into that is the type of flowing offense that we give them by the decisions that we made on our offensive turn. You feel me? It's not necessarily every single time half court we playing bad defense. We give them throughout this series a lot of points transition wise, but what we did, what I felt like set us into bad positions. Where
No, I
as
agree.
the team grows
I
and
agree with that,
matures,
but that
they will
also
understand that. Now,
I
as
agree with
far
that,
as
Mike.
defense goes, defense goes, you're right. They don't need to be gambling for stuff. But you know who did that late tonight, though? You know who gambled for steals late tonight ain't getting that one?
I ain't heard nobody bring this up.
No, Trey did gamble for one, but it's not routine for him to do that.
Bro, what are you looking at? See, that's the problem, man.
He gambled for more than one.
He did.
It's the end of the world if DJ did it. Trey did it.
No,
Ain't
you
no
brought
cap.
it up. You brought it up.
Murray did.
Wait a
Murray
minute.
did this 6
So
times last game,
so
and y'all
confused.
didn't say anything.
I'm confused. Are y'all coming at it as it's a problem to do it? Because if it is, then I need to start hearing on DJ. Or you saying it's fine?
No, analyst. Matt brought it up, analyst. Matt brought it up. Matt started talking about going for steals and not getting them, and the defense is unbalanced. I wasn't even talking about half court defense. I was talking about our offense into transition.
But Mike, it's not just in half. Mike going for steals. Mike going for steals. DJ going for steals is not. Mike going for steals is not isolated to the half court. DJ does it in transition as well.
But Adams, hold on, straight up. We're talking basketball, right? See, that's what I talked about earlier when I had my spiel. There's too much bias in here right now, right?
No, I just explained to you.
Let me talk to Adams, bro. Let me talk to Matt. Adams, right? So my whole we're trying to sit here and talk basketball, right? But it's obvious about the bias. Whether we mentioned Trey, and you be on it too, Adams. You be cool. Then we mention somebody, you go in defensive mode, right? You do that. I'm just telling you. But at the same time, we're talking basketball with all our players. Y'all just making the focus. We can't even get to the other dudes because this shit been about Trey, right? We've been wasting. Hold on.
So you want
as
to
I
say
said
there's no
earlier,
bias when?
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. As I said earlier, what we've been doing lately is having these biased ass conversations that get drawn up for it's fucking 2:00 in the morning. We still talking about fucking Trey and what he does, right? This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Let's talk basketball, straight up. Because
I was talking basketball. It's just Trey part of basketball.
No, Mike.
That's why I brought up everybody on the team. That's why I brought up
Hold on. But what I'm saying,
but Matt though. But you be like, what Foot's saying is that you can't just for a minute talk about that right there, what we talking about. It's like you get so defensive and you're like, oh, let me go bring up somebody else right now. I'm like, bro, we can't. Like, God dang, can you address that?
No, Mike, the reason that I brought it up is because y'all are putting an overemphasis on
the fuck we ain't, bro.
Y'all are.
No.
Y'all do it all the time.
No,
because
somebody say something about Trey.
There's an overemphasis on it, and I'm just showing you.
Pharaoh,
everybody makes those mistakes.
If you say something about Trey, it's automatically DJ. When you
I brought up Hunter, I brought up John Collins, I brought up everybody.
There's also reverse bias. It happens with Damon every time.
Damon be trolling y'all. Y'all know that.
And Gerald too.
Hey, stop.
Gerald too.
I want to finish what I was saying.
I'm fair with everybody except maybe Hunter.
Let me finish.
I'm fair with Hunter too.
I'm gonna go back to what I was saying, right? Anytime we try to talk about any player, but Matt, straight up, bro, anything come out with Trey in our mouth, good, hell, sometimes even good. You debate that shit to the end. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm tired of wasting my goddamn time on here, to just debate the same old bullshit and not talk basketball. I mean, it's really for me.
But
goddamn, man, you gonna let me talk?
I thought you was finished.
I'm not finished. This is what I'm saying. The shit started out real good. That's why I'm coming on. But we don't. I see it night in and night out. We waste 2, 3, 4 fucking hours debating with you about fucking Trey and whoever. Just straight ass up. I'm gonna just be, hey, Chris to Matt, straight ass up, man. I ain't trying to be funny. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. But we spend 2, 3 hours debating with you about shit. We get to the point we ask you a question. We had to break it down like Point did. You know, I always do you shit like that late at night. I ask you point blank question. Give me a yes or no, just to get to the fucking point where we're trying to talk about. Right? This shit right now for me, man. This shit ain't fun no more. This shit is really getting fucking annoying. I mean, just straight ass up, man. I mean, that's just how I'm at. Where I'm at right now.
But I can't.
So
but
what?
If
So
you,
what was the
but
what was
try,
the issue? Maybe
I
I can be a little voice of reason.
I try to let y'all get y'all. I try to let y'all go, but not you in particular. But y'all say some pretty ridiculous stuff basketball wise. So I try to hold them back as much as I can, but it's hard because, like I said, we could be talking about the game and we could be talking about the way that the game played, mistakes that were made coaching wise, mistakes that were made throughout the game as far as rotations, as far as turning the ball over out of bounds or making bad decisions on offense. And then it reverts back to, my point guard got to be better with decision making. And it's like, that's cool, but at the same time,
Okay. All right. Stop, man.
There
Stop,
was
man.
multiple
Stop, man.
turnovers.
Stop. I got it now.
Matt, hey.
I got it. Man,
So we was talking about our transition
what Foot says about his take on the game is what Foot feels his take on the game is. It don't make it right or wrong. It may be wrong to you, but that's why you get your turn and saying on how you feel the game went. Also, when it's a player that you like, there's always, even if you hold them accountable, there's like a backhanded excuse on why the person kind of was bad or whatever. But if it's a player that you don't like or you're not in favor of, you give them the fifth degree. You don't, I done told you that multiple times. You don't judge it fair. You don't give folks a fair shake. And then another thing that you do is if we're arguing, let's say, a point that's X, Y, and Z, you will take one instance and you will make it as if that is the norm.
Y'all don't do that?
Kind of like as you do that a lot as your rebuttal. Or you'll bring up another team as if we care about what another team is doing. Matt, you my arch rival. I know you. I got you down to a science, bro. But
Gerald, I provide great detail and context. So
that's true. But some people don't care about context. They care about whatever the point is. Everything don't necessarily need context. Now, if you want to say, okay, Trey was bad. I'm not talking about tonight. Yes, Trey was bad tonight, but let me give my version of what I feel the context is. You can't give context on what Foot opinion is. If Foot felt like it was some context that was needed, he would give the context himself.
Man, I told you that before, remember?
But it's missing.
But that's your opinion, man. That's your opinion. The 10 Commandments ain't written in Matt Stone. It ain't written on Matt Law.
Thank you, Tick.
Gerald, I just said I could tame myself as much as I can. I try. I really do.
But Matt, you can't come out as if your opinion is holier than thou.
No, it's not.
Compared to everybody. I'm telling you, that's how I come out.
I apologize. That's not my intent. But when things go down the track and it's like, I don't understand how you got that, where you came up with that from. How did you get to that conclusion? And then I ask questions, like for instance, if I ask Mike
I'm gonna answer that real quick, Ticket. So see, the issue is, the minute you talked about this when we was like late one night, right? When we give you the details of how we specifically how we come up with that. I mean, in very detail. Your mind is already set to rebut it, to come up with a rebuttal, right? So you don't do it. Don't matter what we say, how we say it. It's still gonna be a rebuttal. It doesn't matter, and we just showed you this. See, what you need to
I'm about to put the Roger Woods in the air fryer.
No, but if it makes sense.
Let me finish. What you need to do, you need to go back and listen to these shows. I think if you sit there and listen to these shows and really these specific points. You remember that night me and you was on for like a long ass time? I think Alice went to sleep. He was on, but just me and you.
I was home.
We had say what now?
I was home.
So we had a good conversation. I pointed out some of the same things that Ticket is telling you. And you actually, for the first time, understood what I was saying and what we've been saying, right? So
unmute me, Henry.
Hey, your air fryer was making a lot of noise, Gerald.
What I'm saying, man.
I'm out of the kitchen.
We take these debates, like he said, you got an opinion, I got an opinion. But you're going to fight our opinion to death, right?
It's like a competition, man. It ain't a competition.
It's like a competition.
No, for me, it's not. I'm trying to understand a lot of times. Like I guess, like I said, what will help is if I watch the watch along with Damon and Mike and others. I think me and Gerald see what I'm coming from most of the time, but because I don't a lot of stuff y'all come up with. I'll be trying to understand it, and I try.
Just say you don't understand, and we can break it down. So I'm because see, man, here's the funny part about it.
Well, that baby weight, Mike.
You in HR, right? You in HR, right? You effectively in the leadership position, right, Matt? Effectively, right? So my question to you, off the sports, do you deal with managers, right? So an employee comes and say, "Hey, I'll be trying to talk to the manager. He won't listen to me." Right? The manager don't listen to me. What will you tell that employee?
I'm sorry, I was reading the comment. You said an employee came to you and said he don't like the manager?
Came to HR. You might not be in that section of HR. Employee come complain about a manager, right? I'm trying to tell him something, but he don't listen. How would you tell that employee to approach that manager?
I would tell that employee to try to understand where that manager is coming from, but at the same time,
see, this is what you do. You ain't getting it. First thing come out your mouth. I'll tell the employee why but again, remember you HR. Ain't no buts in an HR situation like that, right? Because I've been a director, corporate manager.
Man, remember my degree in HR management, so
right. So
you can't bullshit me.
Yeah, So finish that. You can't say no. You got to get the butt out your vocabulary, because you'll start your conversation X, Y, Z, especially when somebody challenges you X, Y, Z. But then you start with the context, right? What would you tell that manager? Hey, if an employee came, you won't tell them. How would you address that manager? What would you suggest that manager? What suggestion we make that manager? Somebody trying to talk to you, and the employee is not, felt like X, Y, Z.
I will let the manager know that there's something that's come to my attention about them not being receptive to feedback or them not listening to input. And then I would suggest that we come up with a plan, or we come up with a way where even if they don't care what the other person has to say, it appears that they're listening.
Okay. Great. Why don't you do that?
I do. I just told you I'll listen. I know you say you think I have a rebuttal in my head planned.
You see why I did that, right? You see why I did that? Tiggy, you got it.
Bro, you did that. You did that for the whole thing I was talking about. Gerald wasn't here for that, man. I mean, analysts able to do it. I asked him a simple question. He was like, yeah, I mean,
nah, man.
I'm talking about our transition defense and having the court not balanced from one situation. But you just bring up a whole bunch of other stuff.
Because Mike,
Matt, check me out. So remember at halftime of the watch along, remember where I agreed with you about Murray?
Yes.
And remember when DeMond was like, "What the fuck game is y'all?" He ain't say it like that. He said, "What game is y'all watching?"
Mm-hmm.
And remember what I said? I said just because. No, he said. I think he said y'all on some bullshit or something. I said just because we see the game differently don't mean we on bullshit.
I was there. I
remember that. Matt,
nah, man,
what DeMond said was how you act, Matt.
I'd never be rude to y'all. I don't think I am.
No, you got the attitude you got the attitude of if you don't agree with me, you want some bullshit.
No. I try to explain where I'm coming from.
But
so
Matt, like no. See, that's the problem. You add extra stuff. Again, see that this is you not agreeing, right? But you don't have. You still need to try. Hey, you need to prove your point, right? You got to stop trying to prove your points unless it's in the discussion. Because you don't agree with what we be saying, don't mean you have to come with this. I told you this before. You just be adding extra, bro. We ain't asked all that, right? You don't need to claim yourself. Agree to disagree. It's basically what Tick is saying. Agree to disagree. You don't have to debate that shit. You debate everything. You see what I'm saying? You agree. I think so. You think this. I think that, and that's okay. You got to learn that it's okay to agree to disagree. That don't mean because you don't disagree that you got to debate. Then what ain't even trying to hear that. That's why I be saying, Matt, stop. I don't hear. That's why I wasn't trying to be rude, but it's just some things don't need to unless you seriously have a debate. Well, I understand what you're saying, Matt. Explain yourself, Matt. Then that's where you explain. All right, well, here's how I feel. Then you get to a point. All right, well, we're gonna disagree. We move on. Talk about something else.
You read that?
Oh yeah. See that prime example.
Y'all funny, man.
Yes, it was ridiculous.
But listen. Read the whole thing. Read the whole thing. Read the whole thing. The last part. That's what we're trying to say, bro.
That's exactly an example of what I just said, Matt. If it don't align with your thinking, then it's some bullshit.
Yeah.
No, but Gerald, if I asked like a minute ago, I just asked Mike. I asked. I'm not gonna say but. I asked Mike about the transition defense, and he brought up Trey's turnovers, right, in transition defense, and I'm saying, well, that is important. There are other instances of other guys turning the ball over in transition.
But it don't. But Matt, what we're saying is that if Mike feel like he want to talk about Trey's
that's so different. He didn't even say that.
But he just said at the latter end about it's other guys who turn the ball over in transition.
Yeah, it don't need
I'm
it.
not talking
At that
about
point, he not talking about them. He talking about Trey.
I'm not even talking about that at all. And then it's not Trey's transition either. And it's not Trey's turnovers either. What I was saying is that he has to understand that his failed dribble drives count basically as a turnover because, like, I promise you, like, teams score like 90% of the time off of it because, number one, Trey doesn't get back. And number two, your point guard is now out of bounds or under the rim. The court just not balanced in our favor to go the other way. And I was ultimately saying is that, yes, Trey will get there, but our team and Trey need to learn that that's part of valuing the possession at that time as well. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If I had game film and I can go back and watch Boston, I'm willing to bet Boston make sure that their cells are more balanced in those situations to be able to defend on the way back. Not to mention they just got better defenders anyway. But
Mike, if you said what would help me out, Mike? What would help me out, Mike, is if you brought up a point, right, and you used multiple examples or multiple instances where that happened. Like you will say, oh, like the driving to the basket and missing and complaining about a foul or being out of bounds while the defense grabs the rebound and goes in transition. That is 8 instance of, turning the ball over or creating imbalance on defense. There are other instances where that occurs too that just is omitted.
So Matt, that's correct, but I think where Mike was coming from in that sense, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, you weren't targeting Trey, but you were targeting Trey as in saying he has to stop doing that, and then when Matt kind of refuted to go to something different, it was a problem because he wasn't addressing what you brought up about Trey.
Yeah, I mean, just talk about those plays. No, because it's literally game 1 and game 2. It's a lot of it's a lot of things that went into the losses and stuff like that. But it's also certain things that I have to saw, kind of coming from Trey that just impacts the game, man. Because I don't know how to explain it. I mean, heck, Trey is the highest he got one of the highest usage rates, right? We all can agree and say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if he got the highest usage rate, he does a lot of things positive. I'm not taking that away from him. But out of the fact that he has the highest usage rate, he does these things when he do it, it tends to happen more than, say, Dre losing the ball or John Collins once or twice falling down and stuff like that. The ability for Trey to basically cause an imbalance or something like that can happen a lot more. So that's probably why it jumps out at me at certain times about it, because a lot of people see, oh, Trey got aggressive. Oh, Trey should have got a foul call. I don't see that. I see the instant imbalance going the other way, because for me, you don't play, and you definitely don't drive to the goal thinking you finna get fouled or trying to get fouled. That's the loss, or that's the failure to even begin with, like from jump. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying. Just talking right there is just like, okay, Trey, he's gonna be most usage. Again, it's not like I'm not trying to it's just part of his maturation going forward. And I feel like we that's why I brought up the game 3 thing, and I had to correct you about what we did, the pick and roll and stuff. Man, Trey got more dribble attacks against Al Horford in that second half than he did and had against, say, Marcus Smart or even Derek White. You even see at times of us strategically trying to get Jaylen Brown onto him. We would like his dribble drives against the other people instead of Marcus and Derek White, in my opinion, were a lot better attempts basically they do, because he would either basically have them beat or he'd be able to get the fouls on Brown. But I think somebody brought it up. Y'all correct me if wrong, but Derek White to this point is like leading the playoffs in blocks from the guard position, correct? And I guarantee you they all on Trey. Like, just think about this series. Just think about it. At certain times and stuff, it happened or whatever. Again, not trying to sound like I'm beating up a kid, because some people get offended like that and stuff like that. It's just the progression and understanding the full game of basketball. Like, okay, this gonna cost even so. So I gotta make sure that this is a good drive attempt, and it's clear, and it's not me trying to say, oh, I got fouled and look at the bell. I don't even want to bring up the fact that Trey not getting back, because Finisher believes that Trey getting back isn't going to do anything. Some other people might not feel that way, but it's another doggone body. It's another hand. It's 2 extra hands to make a reach at something, to get on somebody, cut it off. So if somebody open on the wing, that could be Trey running out to them to make sure to close it out, stuff like that. One extra person or whatever, still, it plays a huge part. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm really saying, is that it's important to the game.
Oh, I'm reading this comment. It's not that I defend Trey extremely. It's more of, like I said, I look at it more from pure basketball than just a Hawks fan in and of itself. So I know, like, out of the guys that's in the point guards that's in the playoffs, to do what he did last game and do what he did in the first half this game.
Let me chime in. So you kind of going off again, but basically you actually do, right? What we're talking about, the defender to the extreme, because again, if you don't, if we said something, hell, I've seen several times we've given Trey credit and just talk about one thing. You would jump on that thing like freaking bees on a honey or whatever, however the case may be, right? And just, I mean, it's like, I don't know what you be thinking, but I'm just telling. We praised him and said we gave him 90% praise, and we picked up one particular thing he got to do better. Basically, kind of what Mike said. And you jump on that thing and just run with it to the end, right? You might not see it. That's why I tell you, go back and watch TV. You might not see it, but I'm telling you, that's what you're doing. Anything, because that's all you kept saying. The whole initial conversation wasn't even about Trey, period. We were talking about the team. His name just had to come up because we was going down the line with different players, right? When his name came up, we've been talking about him for almost 3 hours now, bro. Straight ass up. This started in a talk around, right? Somebody said something, and you just kept jumping on it. So when I say you be on that BS, I'm not talking about your opinion at all. Because like Tigger said, there's nothing right or wrong about each one's bit. It opinions like an asshole. Everybody got one, right? I can't tell you your opinion wrong. I can talk about my opinion, why I think one way, and you can talk about yours, why you think another way, right? So again, and that's okay. No.
I think that's partially right foot, but I think, and I tell you, I'm pretty sure I done told analysts this. I'm pretty sure I done told analysts this before, but we get I think it's mostly up here. I think it's sometimes on Twitter, but mostly up here, where it's like I'm not going off of it's an analogy.
I know exactly what it is.
No.
I know what you're gonna say. Go ahead. I know. Go ahead.
What I'm about to say.
Go ahead. No, I know how you're gonna say it. Let me say it. Not specific.
It's an analogy. If a guy saves me from a burning building, right? I'm not gonna say, "Oh, well, damn, you shouldn't have got any charcoal on me." You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you know.
I told you, I know what he's gonna come with.
No, I think there's, huh?
What is you talking about? Charcoal, nigga. What charcoal in a fire?
He trying to use an analogy.
If you in a burning building, what is charcoal at?
Or accelerant, whatever you want to say. Accelerant, foot.
He talking about a fireplace. He comparing a fireplace to a burning building.
A grill, you know.
Grill. No. But I said. If I see a guy, like I said, I look at point guards in totality, outside of the Hawks, just in general, the NBA. Mm-hmm. I know what he did in Game 5 and what he did in the first half. Maybe ashes. Mm-hmm. But I know what he did in Game 5, and I know what he did in the first half. I know that's unique, and I know that's rare. So I think
Who you talking about?
What Trey did.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Yeah, what he did in Game 5 and what he did in the first half today. I mean, to me, that's across the point guards in the NBA. That's rare.
Can I pause you for a minute? No disrespect. Mm-hmm. What are we talking about?
We were talking about the point earlier. Somebody said about defending Trey extremely.
Yes. Okay, so I'm trying to.
I'm making it connect. I'm making it connect foot.
Okay. So you you go way around the world to get to a point, right? Instead of get to the point, right? That's what I'm saying. You talk about everything because I'm like, that's why I asked who you talking about because I'm confused now, right?
I just said it was an analogy.
But then you change from an analogy and start talking about Game 5 and what he plays. It's not. That's something.
It's special. Connected.
All right. Well, stop connecting. Then let me make a suggestion. Just get to the point.
Okay. This is why
we're up at 2:30 still talking about damn Trey for the last 4 hours.
I've been trying to get off Trey. I never even wanted to bring him up.
All right, finish saying what you're saying, so I'm trying to understand your response back to that comment. Because see, you're gonna make me forget our response Go ahead.
What is it? I understand. I understand. I realize and recognize how difficult what he did is. So, unlike a lot of y'all, I'm not expecting, you know what I'm saying, him to go way up
Okay,
here
Matt, I'm
do
sorry.
things.
Let me apologize first, bro. We can't do this. I mean, for real. Because again, we sitting here listening, you rambling on, right? But you're not getting to the point of that comment. It's real simple, right? And somebody just made a good comment. You don't always have to respond. Have restraint, not retaliation to say anything, right?
I do a lot.
So you do retaliate, right? That's
Foot,
a good point.
Hey, Foot.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, in Matt's line of work, the people that he talked to, they ain't got no choice but to listen. So he can fire their ass.
You're right. You're right. Hey, but seriously, let me give you some advice from old head, Matt. You trying to get married, right? At some point in your life, right?
One day. I don't know nowadays, though. I don't know.
Hey, well, hell, you trying to be in a relationship with somebody, girl, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got a girlfriend now, right? Hey, man, that shit ain't gonna work, bro. I'm just telling you, the way you be doing, it ain't gonna work. I'm just telling you, you're gonna run the ass away. I'm just giving you some advice.
Or worse, you're gonna run somebody else in that house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
so everything.
They're gonna be on Lifetime.
Yeah. Oh boy, stop. Let me tell you something, Matt. I used to be the biggest debater there was. Right?
Y'all know we still on air.
What? What'd you say, Adams?
Y'all know we still on live.
Oh, let me tell you something, Matt. I had to learn. Sometimes I got to push back. Now I ain't nothing close to you now, cause I tell you should be an attorney for real. You need to be my damn attorney. Cause you gonna fight that shit to the end.
Matt will be in court all day. The courthouse will be closed.
Straight up.
The jury didn't laugh.
Hey, Alice, post that comment I just mentioned.
Can I see you? Can I meet you in your chambers?
That's a great saying. But for real, Matt, sometimes just let it ride, bro. Sometimes just let it ride. That's all I'm saying. Because again, it just get to be redundant and back. We keep you'll bring up the same damn thing to try to prove your point, and we already talked about it. Several times we talked about something, and you bring it right back up and to try to prove your point because you got to win. Right?
I'm correcting the record.
Let me finish. No. I'm not saying that's your mindset that you're saying to yourself, I need to win. That's just coming out natural. You gotta win.
I used to be like that. And then when what really helped me was when I met a female that was worse than me at it. And I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. Now I see. Now I see the problem. But bro, you ain't gonna get no girl like that, bro.
My wife used to tell me, even my damn children told me. And I had to really, now, like you said, it wasn't to the extreme, but I had to really take a step back and be aware of what the fuck I was doing. Because I done got on my damn nerve too, thinking about it, right? So I'm just telling you, right, Matt. Yeah, bro, I'm just telling you. I try this. Well, next debate, just sit and listen. See, so you don't listen effectively. That's half the issue. Right?
Oh, I do.
No, stop. No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm gonna find this book I got. Right? Because when I got into leadership roles, I started getting
Matt, you think you do.
Yeah.
Oh, I do.
No, you think you do.
I listen. I could probably finish your sentence.
Do Matt listen? No, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna put your ass on spot. You got to be honest with your boy. Does Matt listen? Alice just say yes or no. Ain't no buts. Yeah, no. Yes or no. Yes or no.
I'm gonna put it this way.
No, just say yes or no. No, yes or no.
I'll put it to you this way.
Hey,
Matt listens, but sometimes I do believe, and I do this a lot too. But sometimes I do believe that he has a pre-thought in mind that he's not going to come off of. So he can listen.
Absolutely.
So he can listen, but it's not effective, or it has to get to a certain point.
If it's convincing,
that's okay, analyst. That's okay, analyst. But when you say ridiculous, just because you have your own thought, that's a little more.
Well, but Joe, that's what I said. That it's not that it's not listening. It's that it's already a predetermined thought that
and I said that
person's not gonna come off of.
Yeah, he don't gotta come off his thought.
Like for instance, when y'all bring up Nate, there is nothing y'all can tell me. I don't care if y'all said that Nate was friends with Jesus back in the day and Peter. There's nothing y'all can say that's gonna make me come off that we need to move on from Nate. And I'm not, and maybe that's being stubborn, but that's just how I feel. I'm gonna listen.
That's your opinion,
right?
But did you debate that shit to death though?
Not really. After so long, I get tired of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's just me.
Yeah, like Matt, like with us being.
Hey, we got you hook, Frank.
So Matt, with matter of fact, all of us on here coaches. Like when you have a coaching staff that not listening shit, you'll fuck around be a one-man show the next week.
Yep, I tell you that. Man.
I listen, Gerald. I listen. I don't analyst. I don't even respond to I text analysts half the stuff I don't even respond to. That I think about responding to, but I don't.
Yeah. We ain't talking about what you texted. We talking about what you put on the screen here.
No, I'm saying I only say half the stuff I'm thinking.
Technically, you're not listening because you responded to analysts. You text an analyst. Now you're not responding to us, but you text an analyst. No response. You still getting it out. You still doing the man. I don't even want to get into all this, man. You cool, man. That just sounds like some listening to respond type stuff, though. That's all. When you say that, it's
I promise I'll listen.
Matt just need to have that first heartbreak. He come on here a new man.
You know what? There you go.
He just need that first heartbreak.
There you go. He gonna get
You know, Matt and Buckhead, he ain't gonna get turned down too much.
Hey, he need to come with Decatur. We get him straight.
That man stay right there.
Which one we try right on Phillips. No, I told you don't come to Decatur. That part of Decatur. I already told you don't come to that part. What you showed me.
Yeah.
Since you're not from the city, huh?
I'm trying to see what are you talking about? Matt semi from Atlanta, man. You all right?
Yeah. But I had to tell him about some real estate. He was looking to move. I'll play your own goal now.
What you looking at? What are you looking at?
McAfee,
yeah.
You said McAfee? I'm about to say it depends. He's transitioning.
No, it's fine, but not for the value. Not for the value what he was spending.
Probably not necessarily. Depends if it's fully renovated. But, bro, inside 285, bro, it's a certain price these days.
Yeah. That shit crazy.
I can't stand
it. It's just the way it goes. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't look at
you got roots over there now. You got roots over there.
I'm talking about the traffic.
It depends on what side of it too, though. You said the Decatur side of it, so.
Well, no, depend on what. Not all Decatur now. Certain parts of Decatur. I tried to get them over there. By I know where you looking over there by near downtown.
It ain't nothing but basically homes and stuff over there, man. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably say you probably want to be closer to the stuff you want to do over there. I mean, I mean, you can get wherever though. Pretty easy on the street, you know what I'm saying?
Let me hold some, man. Let me hold some. Man.
You gonna have me hold $100 come next season?
Hey. Let me go
Gerald, lucky as hell. CJ Stroud went number 2 tonight. He's lucky as hell.
So what now?
But I'm undefeated in bets against you.
It ain't like we got hit like we got 5 or 6.
Hey, Tick, don't worry. I'm gonna be undefeated too. Come next season. I'm gonna be undefeated too.
That was
ain't no way you watch this game and think Clint Capella's stepping back.
What you say, Alan? Yeah.
Let's talk about Clint.
I could understand you saying Clint may be back. I don't think he'll be back. You said John Collins gonna be back too.
Yeah.
I can't.
But guess what though? He only said one of them can leave. I'm still gonna win.
Yeah.
When the season starts, one of them got to be on the roster. That's what he said.
Neither one of them niggas coming back.
You make a bet like that?
I don't know about that, Matt. You gotta the thing about Clint, he brings something that nobody else on the team really brings. Like the only way you can upgrade that position is if you might have to get a borderline all-star at the center position to fill that position.
I gotta get a borderline all-star to replace a man that missed a wide open layup.
No, I said no.
Oh no! I was laughing at. Hold on, man. Hold on.
No,
this funny. Hold on. This funny.
I said a borderline.
I said borderline. Said, Matt, you create a great debate. It's you by yourself. I don't know how you do it.
You know what? I try to bring them. I try to bring them up. I try to enlighten their basketball framework, but it'd be hard.
But I told you this before, Matt. I said you very knowledgeable, right? I said, Matt, you're very knowledgeable, but you take it to a whole nother damn level. You make the good stuff you said look real bad because you keep.
I told y'all he's so smart. He done.
I'm gonna get Gerald and I'm gonna get Mike and I'm gonna get Foot. We're gonna well next year when we go to a game and we go to the game.
I'm down.
And I explain to y'all what I see. Y'all gonna be like, oh my god, it's like that SpongeBob episode. Y'all gonna be like, oh my god, it's amazing. Now I see.
Hey, y'all be sitting there,
especially Mike.
Wait a minute, y'all be sitting there. They're like, what is Matt and analysts talking about? Talking about some what did they talk about that they saw Quinn do and Trey do? And then they were like, I just saw him make a basketball play. Like and then me and Matt gonna be sitting there.
That shit gonna still be the same. Ticket. It's gonna be like on the damn live.
You know. Hey, this is what happened here.
And we're gonna live stream that shit, man. We're gonna live stream that shit. That shit gonna be funny.
Hey, when RJ he broke Matt Hart when he said the Kumbu ain't ready to start yet.
See, that was wrong. That was so wrong, but I didn't say nothing. That was so wrong.
Hey, I'm not
I didn't say nothing.
I'm not gonna lie. When I heard that, I was like, "Hey, man, come on, come on, man."
I don't know how he went to the game and he said that.
You didn't have to.
About Capella, the borderline all-star. Reason why I say that is that if you got to find somebody that does what he does on the boards on a regular basis, and you need to find like somebody that can score as well. The only type of big that can do both is a borderline all-star.
Is Brook Lopez a borderline all-star?
Who?
Brook Lopez.
How many rebounds Brook Lopez average a game?
Brook Lopez.
That motherfucker had like 20. Hey,
he make an all NBA defense. He led the league in blocks this year.
How many damn rebounds he had the other game? Or was it rebounds he had like damn near 25?
Yeah.
So, he's an unrestricted free agent.
No, how many he averaged for the season?
Like, what do you mean? Rebounds?
How many rebounds?
See, Gerald,
I think 7.
Okay, this ain't even a discussion now, bro. But how many points? How many points?
Regular season points per game.
16.
How many?
15.9 and 6.7 rebounds.
16.
So 16 and 6. 16 and 6
points and 6 rebounds.
If you round, I mean, you can go with that. That's fine. I'm just rounding it.
I don't think he'll upgrade from Clint.
No, you're not. I mean,
See,
he hit
Gerald,
the three.
Gerald,
All
I'm
his ass out
evolving,
there.
Gerald. I'm
We
not
got
even
enough
gonna say
scores.
nothing. Gerald, I'm not even gonna say nothing.
You can
I'm
debate
evolving.
it, but I don't think that he. I don't think that
You
he
were just
is.
singing. You were just
You do
singing
know
the praises
Capella.
the
You
other
do know
month.
Akawu had more rebounds than Capella tonight.
I'm talking about over the season, Matt.
Matt, hold on, Matt. You said who?
Didn't Akawu have more rebounds than Capella?
No.
Lopez is not an upgrade
He
over
didn't.
Capella.
Nope.
Nah, not at this sense. Not at this part of his career, analyst. And you got to think the way we play with way more pace than Milwaukee does.
Yeah.
So Milwaukee, Brook Lopez can be in their offense because they don't really play with a lot of pace.
Shit, Brook Lopez 35.
We
Hell
play
no.
with a lot. We play with a lot of
Man,
pace.
come
So
on,
Brook
Brook Lopez
Lopez
had a great year this year.
but he's in a slower system. Like he
I'm
wouldn't be
talking
able to
about,
come
like,
to
for
our.
instance, our perimeter defense is bad. You get rim protection with him. You get a big that you can throw the ball to in the post. That's an immediate mismatch. You saw he was abusing them guards. You just throw it to him, just lay it up.
Yeah.
Throw it to him, he dunk it.
Well, he's still
Akawu had more rebounds than Capella.
I'm just saying.
He had one more rebound.
What'd you say, Matt?
And
More
then
is more.
But he had three less points. He didn't have a double.
Really?
Analyst, give me another person.
It hurt you, Matt. I know it hurt you.
Give me another.
Okay. I'm trying to think of who will be available.
For $20 million.
You can just go through regular names. It don't matter.
Oh.
I got a quick question, fellas.
What about Mitchell? Go ahead.
What y'all think about going to next year? What y'all think about JJ and AJ?
It depends on who we bring in, Foot, and then we can kind of go off of that.
Well, JJ definitely the backup 4.
I can't say that yet.
I don't know. It depends on who we bring in.
That too, but what even with that said, what I'm seeing, I'm still seeing. You know, we thought the trajectory was going up for JJ. I ain't seeing that right now. Right? I thought it was going up. I was looking like, okay, cool, we're good. I don't see that right now. I don't see it. I'm not really just talking about.
How many minutes he played tonight?
Shit, I don't know.
5.
I'm not even talking about
Might have
playoffs.
been 5 or 8 or what?
He played 5
Everything we
last
talking about,
game.
through the season.
I got up tonight. He played 4 minutes 53 seconds.
Yeah, how you gonna make that assessment? He played
But
10 minutes the last 2 games.
Matt, over the whole season is the question.
You got to discount in my opinion, you got to discount the first half of the season because we all know Nate wasn't feeling.
No. I'm talking like his performance over the season. Like,
I'm only counting since Quinn been coached. I'm only counting since Quinn been coached.
You can't really do that because he played in games.
Yeah. Whoever coach
you
ain't got
can't-
nothing
you
to
can't
do
do
with you
that,
getting rebounds, going to the rack, or whatever the case may be. That's my issue.
If you was talking about like scoring or whatever, yeah, I give you that. But JJ isn't a scorer. His stuff is all the other stuff that like effort based stuff.
And you don't think he's been given that, but it's increased since Quinn took over?
I think at first he was, and then I think he kind of tapered off.
Exactly. That's why I said that trajectory looked like it was
just
going
like
up.
let me ask y'all this: as far as AJ and JJ go, remember how we talked about Nate don't play the rookies and all that stuff until AJ started playing, and then like of course he didn't play JJ really at all. But do you think Quinn's system is set up for young players to succeed?
It's basketball.
I would say yes.
I'll answer it.
The reason why, because for AJ to go from a rising star to a falling stone.
Well,
I'm gonna tell you why.
Gerald, that occurred before Quinn got here. We were already saying he hit his rookie wall with Nate, but it was
it's mostly his defense.
But
Bay wasn't here.
Here's the thing, right?
Yeah, Bay had a lot to do with that too.
So here's the thing with Quinn. Now, and I think Matt is on the same page. With Quinn, we're gonna bring in
I hope so.
more veteran players, and I would not be surprised if, let's say, a player like AJ gets buried behind them. With them being able to buy his 3-year contract and the fact that he's 19, to buy that time by saying, you know what, we need to try to compete next year. We have a coach that's personnel say he's going to bring in the guys that he wants, and I think you're looking at almost a whole new bench and some tweaks in that starting lineup and better veteran depth.
Do you think that AJ is a Quinn guy?
What's a Quinn guy? Do we
So
know?
Just a player that fits into whatever his system.
I mean, that's my point, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, yes. Judging from Quinn's so-called whatever it is, jack that hole up there, and we gonna see if it go in. So AJ fits that.
Mike, that's not all. That's not all.
But see, AJ's defense is so that bro, his shit worse than Babe.
Yeah, his foot speed is not as quick. But
and then also seeing this Boston series, like I know Okongwu got some blocks and stuff, but I was damn second guessing damn Okongwu damn perimeter defense from this series.
Well,
I wasn't.
Y'all know a backup.
No, because normally he was losing one-on-one matchups on the perimeter that we used to seeing him win.
Well,
but
you
maybe
got to think about
go
ahead.
Talk about a finals team.
I just saw you bring up Fred VanVleet, and you think you're talking as a backup?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I don't mind. I wouldn't mind as a backup. I don't think he'll come off the bench.
Fred ain't coming to no Atlanta.
But y'all know
he definitely not coming off the bench.
Somebody had now responded.
Y'all know who I've been really, really wanting for a while as like a 6-man for us. We just got to do the right convincing. I was telling Matt the other day. I would love Terry Rozier off our bench. I think the amount of scoring and ball handling.
Money.
Shit, yeah.
He make like 80 million.
He making 20 a year. I'm thinking about when Trey or whoever goes off the court, we're searching for score from scoring at that backup. That's why we stagger. If you can get him, listen, he's good. I think if you add him, you solidify the backup point guard position. You added scoring. His defense is not that bad either, but you added scoring and playmaking.
I think you can get more from I get somebody like Evan Fournier.
We already got a shooter.
I like him.
Wait, did y'all?
I thought it was a one.
Did y'all hear what Trey said about that corner out of bounds play? Well, out of bounds sequence. He said Quinn. He said we don't have a play for that. He said Quinn never had time to go over it in practice. So he said a lot of situations.
Gerald, we can camera up. We didn't have a play for that. See, Gerald, because Quinn didn't have time.
He said there's been a lot of tough situations over the last few weeks that we just didn't have plays for. That put us in tough situations.
But that's understanding. I mean, the man got in here with a
hold on.
Fuck no. Out of bounds, nigga, you can run box. Nigga, you can run box.
Stack or something.
No, from the side corner.
We talking stuff that happened. We talking stuff we run in high school. Come on, guys. Listen,
bro,
that stuff don't work. That stuff don't work.
Hell no.
We weren't just running no play. It was probably a play that Nate had in. It was probably a play that Nate had.
Alex, bro.
It was probably a play that Nate had.
Hey man, I'm calling Phil tomorrow.
No. Hey, hold up.
Talk you better.
We didn't have time.
I know your dad don't talk you better.
That's some bullshit because ain't no way, Alex. Do you teach your regular plays first, or you teach the out of bound plays first?
You shouldn't even think about that shit, bro.
Okay, I tip it usually out of bounds, but
Okay. So stop right there. What the fuck was we doing in them 2-hour practices y'all was bragging about?
we were trying. It was too
What,
much.
Gerald? You do know, Gerald. Gerald, you do know you do have different out of bounds play
We had a
for where you inbound the ball from, right?
Matt, we ran. No, I know that, Matt, but we ran the same. That's like when you about to win the game. Can you tell it? So why we gonna smack him on camera? Tell bias folks.
He talking to you, Gerald. Because remember your name is bias folks.
So White can wait up and smack him on the camera. She gonna have to throw something at me. I'm far away from her.
Nah, she gonna come in and she go.
But Anders, bro, you can't sit here. You can't hold on. Stop. You cannot sit here and fix your mouth to say that's okay.
That nigga said we
bro. If you can't take
I
the ball
can imagine.
But he
probably
we're
on the side.
Hey, I came back for this. This is inexcusable. Y'all would be killing any of the coach, especially
because
Nate,
he was here doing training camp, Mike.
Bro, I don't want
no play.
He said that we did not have a play. He said we didn't have a play, and it's like Trey realized what he said, so he said, "Let me help coach out." Like he thought about it. Let me add this part. We have a lot of time to go over a lot of things throughout the play. Like, bro, that's some BS. That's some BS. Now I gotta recall the situation. Now I gotta recall the situation before that. What happened before that though? Before that ball being out of bounds in the corner. How do you even get to the corner? Matter of fact, over there. Wasn't the ball out of bounds under the rim?
No, I think somebody shot it short and it rolled out of bounds. Or hit the front of the rim and it rolled out of bounds.
Anderson, Matt, let me tell you something. I drop out of bound plays sometimes in timeout.
From the side?
I got my clip
from the side.
I drop all the time.
So that should tell you. You got how many plays on that motherfucker? You ain't got no out of bounds play to show them?
Bruh, that man said
no, from the side, out of bounds from the side.
I don't give a damn side, under the basket, backcourt, whatever.
Did we not have? We didn't have a timeout.
He probably just slipped his mind.
We had one timeout. He didn't want to use the timeout. He didn't want to use the timeout.
And he didn't want to use his timeout.
This man,
why didn't he want to use his timeout?
I get he.
I can't necessarily. I guess, but in that situation, I guess it's hindsight. But if you sitting there knowing that you don't have a play for that situation, you use the timeout because that time and that play was crucial that we A, get the ball in, and B, score. So it's like, Quinn, you know that you don't have anything good in. Call a play, call a timeout. Because it ain't no more game if we don't score there, and that's what happened. We turned it over, and it definitely wasn't no more game to be played.
This how you know that was some bullshit. When Matt was telling us, his eyes were shocked. If you saw the look on his face when he was telling us,
he couldn't believe it.
Because oh my, that man said we had to play
King Phillip posted, man. That shit funny as hell.
He came in very late. Listen,
Alice, I ain't finna hear that bullshit tonight, bro.
No, if he had a time, he called a time.
No, Analyst, I just gave you logic, Analyst. I just gave you logic. If you just joined the team, this game 6 of the playoffs, we're currently down 6 points. I got one timeout left. It's 19 seconds. I see my team taking the ball out of bounds from the corner. I know that I did not effectively communicate a play to them. I know that we haven't gone over no play or something like that, and we in the corner over here like that. You literally gonna sit there and just let it ride with a timeout? Like, it's a crucial play.
We've gotten it in before.
Bro, analyst, check this out. Analyst,
Damn, you
there
act
was
like Matt.
plenty
Now
of
I'm calling you Matt, analyst.
analyst. There was
Analyst.
plenty of times where he could
And
go.
where I go,
Like matter of fact,
analyst kicked me off, man.
when they
God
No, I
dang,
did
bro.
not. I did
when they
not. I
Analyst
challenge
kicked
did
me off, bro.
when
I
Boston
did
challenged the out of
not.
bounds. When Boston challenged the out of bounds, Quinn could have drew up a damn out of bounds play right there. Nigga could have brainstormed or something.
Was that the
He
same
got
play?
dude,
That was
right?
the same
No, no,
play.
no, no,
Actually,
no. But
no.
that wasn't the same play.
No,
It
I'm
wasn't the
just
same
Yeah,
I'm
play.
but
just
I
saying
don't
there's
think
time.
the same.
No.
He had a
Well,
timeout.
wait
What I'm saying is when
a
you're
minute. Now that I think
behind,
about it, that in that situation, what Trey had to say was not credible because that was a different play. I don't know if y'all remember, but Quinn pulled DJ to the side, and I remember the reporter saying that it was on TNT. They were like,
Yeah.
none of
That
those
was
users
different
timeout,
play, right?
and they said this is their timeout. He pulled
That
DJ
was
to the
different
side.
times, right?
Right, there were two different times. He pulled
That
DJ
was
to the side.
different times.
He was telling them. Trey didn't know. Hunter didn't know. None of them guys knew. I don't know if DJ didn't. I don't know what happened on that.
No, but that wasn't the final play with 19 seconds left, was it?
Yeah.
Because he did that. I thought he did that when they were challenging the play of Brogdon or
yeah,
somebody knocking the ball out of JT
No,
hand.
it was two times. It was one where they were challenging it because remember on that play they put more time on the clock.
no, analyst, that was right after the challenge.
No,
That was right after the
If you
challenge.
ride with that, analyst, let me ask you this. Hold on, Anna. If you ride with that, let me ask you this. So that means your boy trying to run Quinn up under the bus.
No.
Well, I don't think he.
I'm just saying.
It's not really right him under the bus. I mean, I'm not upset.
You see what I'm going with it, Gerald, right?
Bro, if he say we ain't have a play for that, nigga, who get a play?
But he also said we haven't had. He also said we haven't practiced.
I don't want to hear
stop
nothing
that.
after
You
that.
doing it, man.
Did Joe Prunty should have did a better job because he been here all season long.
So look, check this out. That's like
I'm just saying.
Bro, it's first and goal on the 1 yard line, and I ain't got no goal line play.
And you just took over that. And you just took over 2 weeks ago.
Bruh, the number one thing I'm gonna go over, okay? I'm gonna go over our like bread and butter plays, our home run shots, and short yardage. That's what I'm going. That's what I'm going on.
Gerald, I feel you and all, but man, I ain't never coached football. I don't know if you can do it as easily in football, but basketball you can, bro. If it's like what 2 seconds on the clock, it's 2 seconds. It's 2 seconds on the clock, Gerald. You supposedly ain't go over no goal line plays, but you got a timeout in your pocket, and you know your team need to win. You tell me you gonna keep a timeout in your pocket and let them go out there with a goal line play that y'all ain't practice, or you ain't even draw up, and they post just like, what we gonna do, bruh? In basketball, like I say, basketball definitely easier. That whiteboard and that dry erase marker, and you supposed to be a offensive NBA game basketball savant and all that type stuff, bro. You better draw up a quick play and get a bucket.
He said in that spot, in that particular, we don't have a play for that particular spot.
Man, I heard all of that. What you're ignoring, what I'm saying is that he has a timeout in his pocket. I'm saying call a timeout. You as the coach, see where you about to take the ball out and draw up a play so that we can execute. That's what I'm saying. Quinn messed up right there.
Yeah.
That was literally our final possession. It ain't no holding that timeout. It's no excuse for holding it. When we down I think at that time. It was do or die.
If you get the ball in and you score, you still need the timeout on the other end because if you foul.
No, but what I'm saying, Matt, what I'm saying, analyst, I'll be more comfortable to do that if I know that we have a play and we got something to run. But for the simple fact that we have no play and nothing to run, and I know that and my team know that, I want to ensure that we get something to happen there. You know why, analyst? Because if we don't score here, it ain't no more game. So I'd rather just use my timeout in that situation and ensure something. It's a different story if, as a coach, I know we've been practicing, going over a certain play in that position, then I call it from over there. I hold my time out. I expect them to execute it. But you add, like I said, you got to take everything into account. The timing, the fact that we're down, you know what I'm saying? And then the fact that like the team is completely lost in that situation and you have a timeout. Like I said, literally after that happened, what we lucked up to throw the ball off their leg like 3-4 times in a row. Dre finally throws the ball away. Game over. So what's the point of the timeout now in your pocket? Nothing.
Yeah,
No reason at all for it.
You ain't got no choice but to use it right there.
Hold on. Check this out.
You can still miss the shot.
Well, how did Prane call the out of bound play damn near the same area before?
Because that wasn't really even no play. That was really a one-on-one guy. That was a one-on-one play.
No, just inbound it, right? But then why the fuck you got a little bit ass Trey out there, Al Horford?
And y'all roasted Nate for putting Trey at the inbound.
Hey, there you go, Gerald. Thank you, Gerald. I was about to bring that up when they roasted
Gerald. You know the difference, Gerald. Gerald, he had a whole training camp. He had a whole training camp and beginning of the season to put in plays.
Gerald, listen, you're not about to do that because you said
no. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Because I remember that play. I remember that play, and Trey messed it up. Everybody was focused on Trey taking it out. But Trey sitting there staring at DJ the whole time while DeAndre open. Passes the ball.
Girl, what did you say? What did you say?
Even Greg Anthony said,
Gerald, stop it, Gerald, because what you said
out your own
mouth multiple times, you're like, well, if the ball didn't get it bounced, then I can't blame the coach because they didn't run the play. And that's exactly what you said. That's exactly what you said.
No, what I'm telling y'all
Gerald,
the analysts. Listen, I'm telling y'all the ones that said, y'all told me I was wrong. Y'all said Nate was wrong for having Trey Young be the inbounder. This man had Trey Young inbound the ball. I think Trey had to throw the ball off 3 times.
But the
it was Marcus Smart that was on it. You heard? It was Marcus Smart that was on the ball.
No, I know. I'm saying
play
Trey Young
wasn't designed for Trey to take the ball out. This wasn't designed that way.
No, man, forget all that, Matt. Y'all said y'all ain't even say all that after that. Y'all main issue was Trey took out the ball. Y'all said why wasn't Jalen Johnson taking the ball out or somebody like that? That's exactly what y'all said. Y'all ain't say nothing about it.
To me the difference is
hold on, Matt, stop it. There you go, Matt.
Stop.
There you go.
Stop, Matt.
That's
not. There wasn't no. It don't fuck the play. The play ain't work. Even Greg Anthony said, well, they got Trey Young taking out the ball and he can't see over Marcus Smart. That's exactly what y'all said in the post game when Trey took the ball out. And
Nate was here for 2 years.
What does that have to do with? I'm not talking about the play not having a play now. I'm just talking about the fact that Trey Young was taking the ball out and he couldn't see over a bigger guy. Y'all called that out with Nate, and y'all was right about that. I'm saying that y'all roasted Nate about that, but y'all ain't roast Quinn about him letting Trey take the ball out.
So you're admitting that your philosophy was wrong.
Huh?
You're admitting that your philosophy was wrong.
I said y'all was right. Cause Greg Anthony said he can't see.
No, Gerald, the only difference is I would give it now. If this was next season, I would give Quinn a lot of flack, but I'm not giving him a lot of flack because
he's a professional NBA coach.
Bro, you know a 6'4" is taller than 5'11".
Come on, Gerald. Marcus Smart ain't no 6'4".
How tall is Marcus Smart?
6'3".
Like
6.
He's shorter than that because Trey Young's listed at 6'1".
Oh, I thought he was 6.
No, I thought he was 6'3". I understand. Personally, I wouldn't have had Trey Young inbound the ball. Me personally, so I do. I do give Quinn for that. But as far as the play goes, I mean, man, listen. If you ain't got to play,
that's some bullshit. That's
Well,
bullshit.
Well, hold on, wait a minute.
Y'all know it.
Analyst, was we even practicing before?
Bro, y'all, every time we had a 2-hour practice, y'all said, look at what we doing.
well, because it
Because
was
y'all talk
other.
about Nate.
No, but
Y'all
we
talk about Nate
also
not practicing.
clear on what we were doing in those practices. We weren't practicing inbound plays in those practices.
Y'all was in the practice.
No,
Y'all was in
but I'll tell you what the
Well, y'all
reporters,
must have been the ball boy.
what the reporters
Y'all
were
got
saying.
invited to a camp.
What the reporters were saying. What the reporters were saying. Well, I'm saying the reporters, they were saying that Quinn he spent time talking about spacing, spent time talking a whole practice on offense and defense.
Part of the practice, they
you
didn't
know?
even practice. They was watching film for an hour, and then they practiced.
Y'all don't. But what I'm saying is, what analyst just said wasn't a good. That wasn't good to say. That was an assumption, pretty much.
No, it wasn't. He just
Yeah, it was.
Trey just affirmed it.
What?
And whether y'all want to say that's unacceptable or not, I mean, y'all can go whatever, you know. Listen,
That's unacceptable.
Well,
That's unacceptable.
I'm giving him some more time. Well, obviously the whole offseason to implement.
You giving him some more time. You giving him some more time to do step one.
It's not step one, Gerald. When a team has multiple issues, y'all said it yourselves.
Bro,
They dumb. They got no IQ, and they don't
Analysts,
know
that's
how to
all.
play basketball.
Analysts. The first week they said when Quinn was hired, they said they did they learned 2 plays. Remember? And then 2 weeks later they said they up to 6 plays. So you can't say Quinn ain't had no time to put in no shit now. If you put in 2 to 6 plays,
not a whole,
not an out of bounds set, Gerald. Not a whole out of bounds.
That's a damn set. This is out of bounds play. Stop with that set bullshit.
Bro, an out of bounds play is the easiest thing to draw up.
I won't say that.
It's easy to draw up.
No. I'm saying it's the easiest thing to install. It's the easiest thing to install.
There's different well, for there's different coverages that teams come out with. Some teams don't guard the ball. Some teams put a bigger guy on the ball. Some teams,
I'm saying it's the easiest to
line up
install.
and stack. Some
But Gerald, if you take over a team with 20 games left and you're barely installing the basics,
there's no excuse. There's no excuse, man. This is out of bounds, bro. This is out of bounds
Play.
Like if they.
What I'm trying to figure out is what was Quinn telling Murray over there on the sideline?
Again,
me personally, I'm about to say I don't think it was. I'm about to say me personally, I can't recall. I can't remember if that was the same play, but even if it is, that's not effective, analyst. Me telling one person something who's supposed to then, I guess,
the point guard.
But he's not. But analyst, this is not. He's gonna get the ball and bring it down the court, though, analyst. It's a side bottom corner out of bounds play, and he's inbound or whatever. It's not like it's a moment or something, or it was a complete. Like he didn't tell it. He didn't even have time to tell somebody. And if you telling me it's a play, no. Y'all acknowledging is saying that there's no play for that situation. Then if the coach made up a play at that moment and he only told one person, a brand new play is not going to be told by ear to a bunch of guys in that situation. What needed to happen was a timeout, a huddle around me, and look at the drawing board. Why are y'all making that so difficult?
Mike, you told me something different, Mike.
Analyst, put me backstage.
Mike, you told me something different.
What?
You told me something different.
What did I tell you, man?
When Nate was coaching, and I said that we need to stop.
I'm gonna go ahead hit the sack, man.
All right, but
I'll catch you with y'all tomorrow.
And you said, and I said we shouldn't be running this pick and roll as much. You said that Trey should direct the dudes on the floor where they should be at and where they should go as far as getting the guys in their right situation and being the point guard and the directing dudes and being vocal and putting guys in the right situation to be successful. How is that different from Murray that
How's that
knows
different from an
play.
out of bounds play? How's that different from an
No,
out of bounds play? When I
Mike,
was just telling
Mike,
analysts when he's
Mike,
saying that your coach told DeJounte something, and I'm saying that it's not the same as getting the ball from out of bounds and you bringing the ball down court, or it's from the side out of bounds to the other opposite end, and he bringing the ball down court, and you can direct guys. It is a dead ball from the side bottom corner, and this is a brand new play that nobody basically knows. Okay, when also too when Trey is doing that, I'm saying a point guard can doing that. I'm talking simple basic plays, meaning calling for a pick and roll here, or going to the playbook that all of them already know and has been rehearsed, practice, and all of that. I'm talking about something on the fly right now. At that moment,
I
we
thought that's
needed
what we was
something
talking
on the
about.
fly from the
Mike,
coach. Huh?
Mike, that's what I'm saying when he pulled him to the side. All right, at least this is how we did it. Pull the point guard to the
I
side, or
hear what you
whoever
said,
it is.
Evan.
It's that person's
But
job, whoever I told, to communicate that to the 4 dudes on the court. Hey, you got to signal play. You got to tell the team what you're doing. Hey, this is the play. All right, I'm in this position. I'm in this position. I'm gonna run off this. I'm gonna run off that. I'm gonna come here. If I can't get the
So,
ball, then
Alan,
we're gonna.
tell me this, Alan. You only got so much time, and if it's not a timeout, you already got an inbounder out of bounds. So how is that guy communicating to everybody and the inbounder know what's going on, also knowing that the defense is on the court? Because also when DJ came over there, Marcus Smart was immediately by him. Me personally as a defender, I'm right there too, hearing everything you saying. It's not a huddle. Hell, Kevin Garnett once upon a time went and stood at a huddle. You're talking about on the court, bruh. That wasn't the best decision to try and do that or think that happened.
No. Okay, Mike. I'm trying. All right, there was 2 dead balls. One was like with 4 minutes to go, where Boston made a challenge, but the other one was where Bogey missed the free
We talking
throws.
19 seconds left. We talking
Right,
the 19 second left part.
right,
That's the one we talking
right.
about, not the
And
4 minute one.
then
19.
before we even inbounded the ball, the officials stopped the game and they went in 3. They didn't even go to the monitor, but they stopped the game and they looked at and they were talking about the time. At that time, about 35 seconds in, they put the camera on Quinn and Quinn called DJ over and he covered his mouth and he was telling DJ something. Okay, I don't know what he was telling him, but since we were about to inbound the ball, I'm just saying it could have
But
been
that's a
all right.
different play then. If you talking 30 seconds or so, that's a different play.
No. I'm saying about 30 seconds into the officials stopping the
Okay.
game and looking,
Okay.
he pulled him to the side and he was telling him something. DJ, he reaffirmed
Yeah.
it because he covered his mouth. And then I'm saying you don't have to call the group to a huddle in the middle of the court. You can just say whatever your code for the players say, hey, this is what we're running, and Boston is
How?
gonna.
How though? How though? That's what I'm saying, analyst. You're saying that based upon having plays gone over within the past of your team to pull out. Trey just told us that there was no play to go to. So that's what I'm saying. It ain't no cold words to say to get the team on page. Anything that Quinn could have possibly said for a play would literally had to be the complete instructions for a play that's brand new, and it is not possible to expect a player to relay that to everybody and everybody to receive it without it being drawn out for them on the clipboard. End of the day, Quinn should have just burned the timeout, got the guys over there, used his basketball brain, said, JC, you here, Dre, you here. I want at Trey, you taking the ball out. This is what's gonna happen. If it don't happen the first time, this is what's gonna happen. Just go over it real quick and give it. That's better than just sitting there and be like, oh yeah, we didn't have a play, and then we see what we saw. The boys just sitting there basically not doing crap. That was basically like, yeah, we basically ended this year the same way we ended last season with Nate. Doggone it, really. You remember game 5? Yeah, Trey quit. Yeah, Dre fouled out, but it was a bull crap inbounds play because we were still technically in the game, and it was a bull little inbound play. Well, none of them fools were doggone executed right or whatever. I'm saying it's different situations, but still kind of similar to an extent or whatever. Like, God dang, a doggone inbounds play at the end of the game. Last thing or whatever. I'm just saying, bro, he should have called timeout. Hearing Trey say that and knowing we had a timeout, I'm thinking that they had a play and they just failed to execute and it didn't happen. But they ain't have a play at all. Quinn should have called a timeout and drew something up. Just show the guys where they're supposed to be. Test a pitch, boom. Draw one on the fly. Just simple as that. Get us the bucket real quick. we have gone over some inbound plays because you saw the play when Dre hit the three, right? On the inbound play. You remember that? When Dre hit the three? I recall that earlier in the season since Quinn been here. So that's obviously something that Quinn have drawn up, going over them more than one time. That is an inbound play. So that's proof right there that inbound plays have been going over. Now, I don't know why he hasn't gone over, I guess, that particular spot or what happened. Like, that's crazy and wild to me. But yeah,
I thought we practiced that particular. I mean, I thought we were in that particular spot once before.
We probably were, man. We probably were. We probably were. I don't know. I mean, I ain't gonna say I'm disappointed. I mean, I'm disappointed we lost the overall game, but that does suck to hear that it's like, oh, we didn't have a play there. It's like, oh wow, okay. But that's just wonderful, because I mean, yeah, just wonderful. We ain't have a play there. Definitely needed a play there, coach. But hey, it is what it is, man. But I'm about to cut up out here, man. My butt finna go in and stuff like that, man. I did it way too long. God bless, be easy, man.
All right,
Mike.
All right, Anna. Might
Mike.
catch y'all in chat or something. Right,
Okay.
All right.
Hey, respond to my text message, Mike. All right, Mike. Ready to end the show?
Will Upson get drafted?
Nope, not today.
That's shocking.
All right, I'm gonna end. You ready to end it up, Matt?
Yes.
All right, guys, we lost.
Damn, we've been going for 4 hours.
Yeah, season's over. Yeah, we're gonna get a schedule out tomorrow. Well,
thank goodness I'm off tomorrow. My God.
we're gonna get something together tomorrow, and yeah, we're gonna get something together tomorrow where we can get a whole off-season plan out. I already have mine out. I already have mine.
I'll write mine in the morning. D Hunter needs to stay.
Yeah. So, yep, guys. Have a good night, and see y'all later.